and cultural promoter from Spain. We give them welcome. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm a, I'm a philosophist, but I've been in touch with the judiciary because I have been a jury because of what I have published in my journal. I have a strong relationship with the judicial, Spanish judicial corp. Now we'll have a conversation about the interrelation between the journalist and the judiciary. I will want to start with a conversation and a reflection about the role of the President Jefferson used to say that as a democratic um,
In any case, the public opinion is basic, and it's a part of basic liberties. So for there to have a real democracy in existence, just as much as in the courts, and the independence of the tribunals, these are two constantly endangered situations based on the executive power. I wanted to briefly explain in which situation we are right now in the world when generating a public opinion that could have an impact on public opinion and freedom. And about this, I could point out that we are currently in a change of civilization of proportions that we are not yet capable of measuring. 500 years ago, there was a formidable invention, which was the printing press, which was an extraordinary invention for the development of mankind. And nonetheless, the printing press, the invention of such, had some very negative impacts, because when printing the Bibles and making their way into households, it was no longer in the hands of priests and the clerical who would then make the information to the public, but it would stem from the household itself. So this would lead to the spreading of the information throughout Europe, and it had copious amounts of victims throughout Europe. So based on this, this could provide some order in the system, and part of this illustration is precisely the representative democracy of the 19th and 20th centuries that we've gotten to know, where it's established that the freedom of expression and of printing is something that is necessary for democracy to exist, starting with that of the United Kingdom and moving on to Spain and others. The first one that would become a public was always the right of public expression. So as the internet came about, this had a much bigger impact even in social development than it was the case of the printing press. And to date, the results are quite chaotic in the constitution of public opinion, basic for a democracy to work. The traditional media that I have dedicated myself to for more than 60 years of my life and I believe I'm quite knowledgeable of, are no longer essential in the formation of public opinions. They have been substituted by social media, by the platforms that we all know. They are not subject to any type of restriction or verification, and in their opening speech, the, the, the Superior Court in the United States established setting up a platform to regularize or the non-regularization of what is published in social media. So in effect, you are now free to say anything you want, except that what the owners of the social media want you to publish. So if I insult, if I lie, if I threaten on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram, anything, the common citizen who has been attacked by me has no type of defense because the social networks are not responsible of those things that I say or that are said. And on a national scale, they don't have the capacity of generating any control over something that has no type of control, something that is done from a computer or social networks. They could be anywhere. And they're also then supported by governments. So there's the case of the Russian government, who has had 3 buildings that were destined exclusively to generating fake news, lies, rumors, etc. But if the owner of the network is not in agreement with what is said, that's when they all of a sudden become capable of interfering, such as is the case of Twitter, who decided to exclude Trump from his ability to publish anything on Twitter. I'm not for Trump, much to the contrary, but I do disagree with the fact of having kicked him out of Twitter, because it is his freedom of expression. And ex-President Trump now has been readmitted to X, formerly known as Twitter. So public opinion here then is something that escapes public opinion and the authority of national governments, which is generating a serious conflict in the democratic cohabitation and votes when it comes to elections. So this is a problem, a basic problem, because in fact, the problem that the states have, and the European Union now says that it's going to regularize artificial intelligence, which remains to be seen how they plan to do that. But when it comes to the national organizations, the standard here is not the applicable standard in the digital society. It's not the law, it's the software. And if there is no ruling on how the software is handled, then it's going to be very difficult to put this in order and to demand responsibility for the use, for the digital use that goes against current law in the different countries. So therefore, we are in a very uncertain world. When the printing press was invented, it took more than 300 years until something close to a newspaper could be invented, which was the Gazette in France, somewhere in the midst of the 1800s. The internet now has officially been out for 30 years, 20 years effectively, since the boom of the dot-coms. Twitter has now been in existence for 17 years. Others are less than 5 years old. And at this point, they are generating much more of an influence on public opinion than the traditional media with which that public opinion was formed, that President Jefferson demanded as a base requirement for public opinion and rights. So it's not going to take 2 centuries or of religious influence for these changes to take place, but rather in, say, about 20 years, of the use of networks that we have been making and the generation of public opinion, we haven't had much more than a lot of chaos, because I believe that for at least another 20 years it's going to take us, for us to actually become capable of having these things on social media and the networks to be under the control of the legal systems. I don't know what your opinion is, good sir. Okay, good morning, welcome to everyone. I believe that we're not subject so much to the law of offer and demand, but we are under the impact of the change, of the most important change that mankind has ever known when it comes to the capacity of expressing oneself individually. It took a lot of time from the early beginnings until today to actually give sense to the operating systems and the feelings of the population. So in this sense, when it comes to politics and modern economy, as is known, this more than anything is a state of opinion which seeks to give a simultaneous opinion under the algorithms. This tsunami of expressions without any limitation throughout the universe has left the governments without the operational capacity and the legal setups, where they are no longer capable at the end of the day to having to apply laws where they might be very disconnected of from the origin of what they had in their beginnings. So as something that always takes place in the world of law, the Roman law applies. Give me the fact and I will give you the applicable law. Which one is that one? Well, as you are mentioning with the social networks, we all have the possibility, orbi et orbi, to express ourselves. And so one of two things applies here. Either this activity has become one of the biggest problems, not just of the freedom of speech, of expression, but of the articulation of how the governments handle themselves, or the governments themselves can no longer be paying attention to all of the things that can be read now, where we have all of that information available through the technical industries, where every last opinion is published online. So it is necessary to have some type of instrument that enables the public opinion to be made, but with the given necessary social organization. And one of the biggest problems that we're having is the disappearance of the separation of the powers. There is no limit for the executive power at almost no place. But there is a constant questioning as for the role that both the legislative power as well as the judiciary power can exert. So this is like a huge mumbo jumbo without any type of control. So they are not controllable. And this, without the possibility of being able to provide the necessary control. And I would like to point out that nowadays there are Americans who are in jail because of having committed a perjury because of an opinion expressed or a lie that they published. So an ex-president of the United States could govern by promising, lying without any consequence. And this does not just provoke and make it worse for those who are doing time in the federal system, because in this case, well, the president can, but the common citizen cannot. So if there's not a similar level of responsibility, then how can you demand this equality? So there is no other way than to actually demand the organization of the states to regulate those limitations. So that's a phenomenon just like sunshine and rain, except for those who have the power. So those, which would be the ones who have the software. So if it's not just one individual or organization that has the power over that software, it wouldn't. It's actually not surprising that the richest man in the world today, Elon Musk, was someone who did his whole business strategy based on a video game. Dungeons and Dragons was his strategy. And this is exactly the dimension of the changes that we've been seeing over the last 10 years. Since the elections of the 1960s, where debate that took place on TV, we've been watching an increment of the political confrontations to gain votes online. So this used to be based on TV programs, but now it's who has the capacity to multiply by a bigger factor to have much more of an influence through Twitter, through Facebook, or any other type of manifestation. And in facing this, as you mentioned, as Juan Luis Cebrián mentioned, there is no controlling element. So if the truth has stopped existing, not because it's false, it's a falsehood, but because it's necessary in our compliance in life, where no one demands it from us, where we can set up a revolution of concurrences that can guarantee the freedom of expression, but also the guarantee of the capacity of actually living a life. This is an issue. And it's not just the digital civilization, an issue that we find ourselves with, but with all the problems that we find ourselves when it comes to freedom of expression and making use of the judiciary power. In all of these things, we have to keep in mind the fact that we've been having a switch in the civilization because of the way we generate our opinions and get our information. So if I tomorrow publish a summary in a newspaper about a judge, then this judge can take measures against me. But if that very same summary is published in a secret, through secret means, on the Fiji Islands, and is then published on X, and there's on top of that no other way of finding out who actually published that, because there's some type of algorithm was used, which then went through another algorithm and another algorithm where it's untraceable. We then get to a point where the very same use of the judicial power is powerless to actually take any measures. And I believe that this is a topic that is very basic. It's a fundamental topic, independently from the fact of the necessity where the citizens may have a legal preparation, but at least in my country, it's not something that's quite understood. So people leave high school in Spain without really knowing what a judge is, or certain other functions when it comes to the legal system. So they're quite ignorant when it comes to that. In Spain, we're currently living through a quite grave conflict of the executive power and the judicial power. And that's being published every day in the press. I'm not quite sure whether the Spanish citizens know what this power is all about. And the common citizen, when a judge is called, when a judge calls them, then they get quite fearful immediately because of the popular opinion when it comes to that, and the culture. There's a negative connotation to that immediately. So it's quite difficult for the judicial power, whose independence is essential for maintaining democracy, to communicate to the citizens the role that this has for the use of their rights, and not just for any errors or mistakes they might make, or any administrative errors they might commit. So having a speech here, as when it comes to justice, as is being done here by the Dominican government, is is a great plus, not just in the fact or with the intention of educating, but also seeing the possibilities of how to apply this in an ever-changing world like this to make sure that society can work. Antonio was mentioning about the facts and the rights. There are no longer objective facts for the political power. So when it comes to President Trump or ex-President Trump, former President Trump, he at some point mentioned that when it came to his inauguration, there had been more people at his inauguration than it was the case with Obama. And what the media published were aerial pictures of both inaugurations, and there was probably half of the amount of people in Trump's inauguration compared to that of Obama. And that was shown to Trump, and he mentioned, well, that aside from the objective facts, there are also alternative facts. So at the moment, someone testifies that should certainly be something quite interesting to a judge. So we talk about the fake news and post-truths. So this is not a lie. It's an emotional truth. So contrary to what people believe, because the one who's actually expressing it believes it to be true, and those who listen to it also believe it because they want this comment to be true. So therefore, we are almost incapable of eliminating that fundamental confusion where the truth is the first victim, and that produces a polarization, as what we are seeing mostly when it comes to democratic countries. So in that sense, we have to point out that the Dominican Republic is a little oasis when it comes to the polarization in the political sense between the political parties and media. And this here generated then by the political parties is something that tries to polarize societies, civil society, in such a way that the exercise of democracy based on public opinion it becomes practically impossible, because there's no public opinion, but rather two opposing public opinions that are not based on objectives, but the alternative truths that each one makes up with the intention of staying in power. So in this sense, I would like to ask Antonio, what role do you believe is played when it comes to the corporations or small business owners? What role do the owners of the traditional media have, and of course of the networks, and what responsibility can be demanded from them when it comes to maintaining social media that do allow for freedom of expression to be upkept, but also to stay close to truth? Because the crisis of traditional media all over the world, the escape of the resources with which media used to be financed, which now, between Google and Facebook, they now handle 80 to 90% of the funds that used to go to traditional media. So the traditional media no longer have the capacity of funding themselves. And this is not just the case of small countries, but especially the United States. What kind of influence do the companies also have, who forget that the right to information is not just a right of journalists or of companies, it's a right of citizens. So it's a right of all citizens, whatever their profession may be. Okay, this microphone is working, so well, let's not even try with the other one. I believe that you are asking a quite fundamental question here, and the first thing we have to find is the place that each one of them have in this new universe. In this sense, something that comes to my attention very much from the first time, as much as I know about world history, as much as we have registered about this, those who regulate the economic activities, so the owners of the softwares, of the algorithms of the new world, do not seem to have, except for very rare cases, such as it was the case of Steve Jobs and now Elon Musk, they don't seem to have a political ideology. So For example, when Henry Ford was the one who monopolized the car industry, he was a man who did not hide his convictions and far right and, opinions. So we don't know what Zuckerberg's opinions are, other than being the owner of the feelings of the world. Because remember how Facebook actually came to life and what Facebook was good for, and what it has become, what Meta has become. We don't quite know the author of the creation of Tesla, how happy he has people, because of course it does help to have a cleaner, less polluted world. Of course, he doesn't pollute during the day. He rather only pollutes during nighttime, which is when the batteries need to be charged. So in the end, Tesla has a stock value which is bigger than all the car companies in the world combined. And the question is why? There are large swaths of users. I'm just using this as an extreme example, but this is what could be called a monopoly. Does he have a political opinion? Does he have an ideology when it comes to social life? Do the owners of Apple, well, the owner of former Twitter, are they conscious? Do they have conscience about what is needed? Such as is the case of Google also, as for the regulation of the activities, because it's a differentiating factor that doesn't just form the public opinions of the rest, but in a certain way, it actually also represents an enormous disadvantage for the free market and not just free opinions. What role do the media have at this moment in time? Well, first of all, they would need to determine what their own role is. I believe so. What's more, I'm convinced by it. So I may not have been in this for 60 some years, but 40 some years, having learned a lot of Juan Luis Cebrián in my professional development. Now, having said that, the real question here becomes, we live in a world that is at the basis of it controlled by those who own technology. So the countries, we are the ones, the countries that place this social necessity, but the real possession of the source of technology is concentrated in and put together in few hands and few countries who, on top of that, have a battle where it's not possible to come into an agreement as for intellectual property, and where other elements could have a common opinion on the market. So in this sense, it's indispensable to actually think of what the role of modern banking has in front of Amazon, for example. And it's just inevitable to not talk about concrete examples, because Amazon actually knows more about my life than myself. So we consume certain basic products that I, along with my family, my wife, for instance, may not be knowledgeable. So I may not know a need that my wife has, but Amazon knows. Now, how are the banks going to compete? How is this going to be summarized, this economic activity? Third, what does it mean for one single brand of a company to have a stock value bigger than all of the other car companies combined? So this going through life with the monopoly, this discussion of what the taxes that companies need to pay cannot hide the other problem, which is the monopoly through the facts. So what knowledge of their existence do we have with cases such as Facebook? How can we place our message on the market? What is the market even? The market is a cell phone. And business isn't just made between the companies. It's more and more those who change their cell phone model, or who can change the rules of the game on the market with a chip. So we do need an effective type of regularization. Now, also to make sure, and this is something that we don't talk about very much, why do the governments today not understand that it's not necessary to be quite clear when it comes to constitutional setups? Because once you start government, when you started governing through polls, that was the weekly opinions of people. So these political campaigns would stay on for a while, and then the politicians would take over. But nowadays, it's nonstop. Everything is an indicator. Everything is a poll, and the opinion is being people are wanting to know it all the time. So there's a tendency in the United States where everyone wants to know every week how things are going. What is the war that is to be won currently? What needs to be done? It changes so much. So this responsibility makes it for a government to be irresponsible because they don't feel the need of fulfilling the constitutional needs by the people who voted them into power. And something I saw this morning, it is understood that the opinion of a country in a given moment can allow for a constitutional change without the legal pathways to be trodden that used to be set up in the old constitution just because of a revolution in social networks. And I'm not against social networks, but things need to be done properly. And so we are going to need to go through this phase and understand that without a specific regularization in each country, the model and governance is simply impossible.
The internet and are a great ahead for the humanity. It's an igualitarian instrument, so it is very important for democracy. It lowers access barriers that were before and improves the liberty, the individual's liberty. But it has to be regulated, and we have to find the system for it. On the other hand, we are pretty ahead on artificial intelligence. When they say they want to regulate it, what will happen when quantum computation starts to being we will have artificial intelligence with quantum computation. What happens when a transaction is made with an algorithm, but nobody feels the cybercrime and cybersecurity is very important because the secret services are very important not to enable the security of the citizens when they're operating in, in, in networks and algorithms that are very confusing. You were asking, Antonio, what happens with the economy? What happens? What is happening now? No economic authority has generated bitcoins. When they were generated, now they're trying to regulate them. How can they be used? But Elon Musk, I'm not that anti-Elon Musk as you seem to be, but Elon Musk, for example, he founded the first successful bank, PayPal, because he was enlightened. He asked himself, what is the money, which is so important in wars and social and economic development? It's a way to develop data. Everyone who has more data has more capacity of moving towards politics, economics, towards the citizens. They are the owners of their data, but they're used with no regulations in politics and economics. We're watching the Cold War through Occident and China, or United States and China, I was able to talk with the founders of Huawei, the coronel Ray, which his daughter were imprisoned in Canada because the U.S. government asked for her extradition. The Huawei operations are forbidden. The Huawei media was expelled from Europe and from the United Kingdom, but now Spain are still using those networks. Huawei network are supposed to using the data from this family information, their enemies, their friends, all this information is in their mobiles. It can be used against the democratic system. But the Huawei Chinese were explained to me very openly, we're going to do 9 million people. The gold and the gold is the data now. That is what's the data of 150, 500 people is what gives them power. You cannot compete with that amount of data. They need the data of the 500 million so they can compete with the other millions of data. What I mean by this is that this new civilization, this digital civilization, the new press civilization, brings power dilemma and competition dilemma. And from this point, the judicial power that can rule the life of from people is now being assaulted by the same worries as any other aspect of life. The democratic system, as we know it today, it cannot survive the digital civilization if we not change the regulations. But as Antonia said, between Europe and the United States, we are not being able to coordinate the intellectual property from Europe or for the United States, the copyright this should be something easy to do. If we have a people is not being it's not being the owner of from their own image. If tomorrow there's been an article insulting the algorithm, these chats will automatically have their own life. Right now, the the legal system has a lot to think about, and it happens like the other systems. The ones that have more than 40 or 50 years, we're not that gifted in the manage of this technology, and we now need to learn. I hope the Cathedral of Communication and Justice that my friend, the Ortega Polanco, protects and pushes, be able to go ahead and think about how this capital technology is able to accomplish that man can be rational animals as we were taught in our childhood. We are rational animals. We're investigating and talking, and I haven't been able to find facts from this. The rationality in the digital markets are in hands of the algorithms and systems. We need to say the video games. I don't think they have been in a judicial process from now. All the information from Steve Jobs and Elon Musk, all this capacity from investigating from these creators of this digital is based on the video games. Elon Musk graduated from physics in Pennsylvania University, but for many years of his life, he has played Dungeons and Dragons for 7 or 8 years. What was his roles? A game that he was the guardian on these games, and effectively, when Bill Clinton was the president of the United States, the Chinese government wanted him to visit, but not Bill Clinton, Bill Gates. And Bill Gates built Microsoft, not going to any college in his father's garage. So we are now in a new civilization that promises a lot. You can be the richest man on earth just by playing hours and hours a day. And you can be one of the biggest powers on earth, not even being on college. It has there has been a social transformation in the topics of justice and technology. It's not the journalists. It doesn't matter if we're good or bad journalists. We're not the ones generating the opinions, but the influencers. There are many great influencers, and on other hands, it's very good looking girls, but they have millions of followers. And the biggest person with followers is Cristiano Ronaldo, which has more followers than any intellectual or scientist in the world. The second in the list is a beautiful model that sells clothes. So for the jury, I will ask him to reflect about the law and the applying of the law in a world that's the analogic that doesn't work anymore by analogic system and now works very, very fast and takes decision by its own, program decisions. But let's not forget that the machines has no emotions and do not think, but machines think. They learn themselves through the algorithms, and they seem to have some emotions because they understand, and they know if you're sad. You seem sad today, they tell you. Why are you smiling? Did something happen to you? This happens in machines that we buy in supermarkets. So we are pretty behind on this new civilization. Where 9 million people, many, many millions, do not know how to read, but have a smartphone on his pocket, who they talk to and they listen to and they make decisions. Well, I think the panorama, my whole life, I had to learn how not to fight with reality. I'm now living on this time. It's like a big tsunami that has covered me everywhere. And I have nothing much that survive learning how to swim on these waters that we live in today. The first step is to recognize what the problem is. And we cannot stay installed in the generality of the regulations of the world that we were born in. We need to learn how to roll and live in the world we live today. From this point of view, it's not them and ours. It is the reality that for the first time, it is very concentrating in a very few hands, and it implies a big paradigm change in three fundamental things. The world perfect perception, which is also flat, will see the same world picture. What changes is what is behind the pictures, which has disappeared the narrative of the efforts to build the pictures. That is why we have a problem with the immigrations in the world. Everybody seems the success from this civilization, but it has disappeared the cost from the um, second. We are creating new values. It's very important to know which values are there. Values values refer from situations that are being brought by our behavior. Since we were born, we were taught to know how to fight manipulation. But what happens when it's being created by right now that doesn't need to convince us? It has studies. It had studied so much that it's been able to rules us by a authoritarian system with our consent. So it's not anymore that governments or societies are pursuing or not accepting manifestation. They are creating by consent the disappearing of the values that have regulated us. So now we need to know what world is possible. Knowing the history, that's what will allow us to control the massification and globalization of this digital era. Is the domain of the digital era that needs to have the value that allows you to connect the new civilization, not with the old civilization, but with the new the with a new fair game. I don't know if there's any question or more time. Really, thank you for your participation. There's no time for questions right now. We thank them for this dialogue, of this analysis from the reality that should take us to reflect to the components of the judicial court and the take in account the facilities this technology gives you and the necessity of regulate preserving the free speech rights. So thank you very much. We remind you that this conference is being transmitted from the YouTube channel of the Judicial Power from the Dominican Republic and the channel from the National Judicial College in English. We now have a recess, 15-minute recess. We will have a coffee break on the next lounge. And when we get back, we will start with the first panel from today's. please get ready for our first panel for today's conferences. Let's remember that this panel, Judiciary Communication, is being transmitted live through the YouTube channel from our Judiciary Power, the Dominican Republic, and the National Judicial College. Let's remember that this event has been organized by the World Jurists Association, the Judiciary Power from the Dominican Republic, the National Judicial College, the World Law Foundation, and the France Embassy. A good content and important content that prepared us for the World Congress, the World Law Congress that is going to be celebrated in Santo Domingo in 2025, making our country the capital of the law and justice. We're now ready for start this first panel, which is named Better Practice for a Constructive Relationship between the Prince and Judicial Powers in favor of the democracy. Before we introduce the panelists, I must inform that you have a QR code. By scanning this code, you will be able to make questions that will be then canalized for the panelists to answer them. You can find your QR code on your tables, and if you have any questions or comments, you can ask them through that via. Now we will welcome Antonio Garcia Padilla, professor and dean from the Law School of Puerto Rico. Thank you very much for being here. From Spain, Maite, which is press chief of the Supreme Court. Manuel Mendez, which is a judge from the Appeal Court of the State of New York. Nuria Villamon Nova, founder and president of Atrevia and president of the CEAPI. From France, Renaud Bourget, professor from the law faculty and political science from the Costa Azul University in Niza. And from the Dominican Republic, Javier Cabreja, general coordinator from Communication and Public Affairs in the judiciary, from the judiciary.
Thank you very much for your good presentation and welcome this morning for us to have this fascinating topic to talk about that has been assigned to us about the best practices for a constructive relationship between the press and the judiciary in favor of democracy, which is a quite ambitious topic that we are now to discuss in this panel, which is composed, as was mentioned by the Master of Ceremony, by Maite Cuchillos, who is the press officer of the Spanish Supreme Court, by Manuel Mendez, the judge of the Court of Appeals of the State of New York, Renaud Bourget, who is a professor at the Faculty of Law and Political Science at Sorbonne, and Javier Cabreja, the General Coordinator of Communications and Public Affairs of the Supreme Court. But with us is also Nuria Villanova, who arrived here at full speed and is between different commitments and about to take a flight with British Airways to London. She is the president of CEAPI, an important group of business people of Spanish-speaking America, of Ibero-America. So as for this conversation that we'll have, we've wanted to organize it in the following manner. We'll have 2 rounds of 5 minutes each per panelist. So that means 2 rounds of about half an hour, during which in each one of these rounds, each one of the panelists will be participating for 5 minutes. The second round, you have the opportunity to refer, if you consider it as such, to dedicate a moment to any comments or questions that may come up. And at the end, well, we will be able to also listen to any comments or questions that you, the audience, might have, who are here with us this morning, or of any other interactions with other members of the panel, if you consider this to be appropriate. Now, to talk about the best practices, I wanted to suggest 3 possible approaches, which is susceptible to many different ways of how this can be approached and the different perspectives that this can be taken into consideration. And it's in terms of the judicial product, the way the media covers and informs about the results of judicial management, so the different judgments, all the that are of public interest. So communication when it comes to how the community feels about the topics that are being discussed in the community, surrounding topics that are under the attention of the courts. So from looking at it from the other side, from the flip side of the coin, and the communication in terms of the descriptive data, if you will, of the efficiency of the topic, of how the judicial system functions. So how it is covered when it comes to the execution of the whole system, of the topics received or handled, the delays, etc., in the daily lives of the courts. There are many other angles that this can be observed from, with a topic such as the one that we have been assigned, but we will begin by maybe suggesting these 3 different approaches and perceptions. Maite Conchillos, the press manager of the Supreme Court of Spain, will now begin with her presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the Escuela Nacional de la Judicatura, which is in charge of this in this so beautiful country, which has so many connections with my country. And I must say that I love this because, well, I may not have 60 plus years as the previous presenter, but I've been looking into judicial communication for almost 30 years, and it's going to be almost 20 years now as the responsible person when it comes to other topics. Now, I'm not here as a journalist. I'm basically a journalist of the streets, so I don't come here as an academician. If the Justice Academy has the challenge of dealing this topic, I have to give you a general overview within 5 minutes barely of how this looks like in Spain, as the moderator has mentioned, as what it is that we offer to the common citizen. Now, for this, it's a matter of explaining a little bit that in the last few decades, in my country, political corruption has erupted in my country for some time. And with this, there were some journalists and some judicial affairs or cases which the media then picked up on, which led to which paid attention to forming the journalist and to look into judges which were faced with this tsunami of journalists who were now all of a sudden opening the doors to the courtroom about topics that would leave you awake at night. Now, in my country, the creation of a consulting group was formed throughout the territory of Spain, of 17 autonomous communities. So we are a pyramid-shaped community where you have the Directorate of Communication, which is conformed by journalists, which, as I mentioned, we look and think as journalists, but we work for the Justice Department. So we are a bridge between the judges and the citizens with the prosecutor. So in first, it's a matter of the judicial power, which is one of the lesser known powers. And of course, there's also the perception that there are many judges present here. If you coincide with the judges in Spain, they sometimes consider that there's no need to open themselves up to this society, or who don't know how to do so, or haven't had the opportunity to do so. So from that point of view, we have opened the doors and have created this transparency, which was mentioned by Santiago Muñoz Machado. Transparency without comprehension and functionality makes it impossible for the citizen to actually take advantage of that. So this is a plus of the rigorousness and the complexity and the understanding, which is many times not as understandable as it should be. So it is our role to add to the roles of the press notes so that the press has the freedom to value our criteria, because we sometimes make the notes of this. And parallel to this, to the press, it was also approved to have a council, which is this pamphlet that I have here, which is a legally binding document for the judges, which would give them the security to make sure that, just was mentioned by the moderator, that when there was a summary, it could be handed out to the press without the risk of them revealing information that was not to be disclosed. So this profile of resolutions that can be handled on a daily basis. So in these 2 days here, which has been published in the media, where a former minister was incarcerated, if we were a part of that cabinet, we would have then published why 8 months ago the formal measures were taken and why these requirements have been modified. So this would be a contribution on our behalf of adding to the transparency, because, well, this is something that is already provided by us, and there's no need for us to mention it because the press approaches us with the questions. So we offer the product that the press is looking for, and that you many times, judges that are present here, you can realize that this may have a positive impact, because in this case, it has a positive impact in the way justice is seen, and it doesn't have a negative impact on the everyday citizen. Now, for us, it's to understand, and in the best sense, as to how we can improve the life of a citizen. And there are human stories behind every judicial case. So the judge who is locked up in his office may not understand how much of an influence that judgment might have on society. And well, it's something that I said 20 times now, but this is a particularly beautiful case that they might be looking into. So in this sense, and I'm about to finish my point because I think I've covered my 5 minutes, the Office of Communication of the court here is a national office with a local soul, because now, because of the crisis that the media is going through, the Supreme Court, with a certain jurisprudence and the different resolutions, has a repercussion throughout the country. So the regional press can no longer allow for itself to have someone who tells us about the judgment that may affect a particular territory in Spain. So those of us who are facing something regionally may have an impact nationally. So this is something we need to take into consideration, because something that doesn't have a repercussion for the national press might have an influence locally, and that's our responsibility, and that's where our luck resides, that because of the way we are set up, we can then send a resolution so that it reaches the right segment of the press. Okay, Miss. So what do you have to say from the point of view from New York, from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean? Well, first and foremost, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be able to visit the Dominican Republic, the place that saw me come to be born here. And as a Dominican, I always feel at home when I come back here. So from the point of view, from the judges, our Office of Judicial Communication in the state of New York does not only proceed to defend and explain what we, the judges, do when we issue a judgment, a sentence, but also to let the press and also the general population know about the different things that the judicial power does for the benefit of the population. We, the judges, speak based on our judgments. We, the judges, know that, of course, right? Now, we cannot just go out into the public forum and emit a sentence for them to understand it and to explain it to them. And so we need for the media to make sure that this is explained. Now, we also handle a myriad of cases that are out there in the public where the regular press begins to write and to plant ideas in the minds of the population. And when the judge issues a sentence contrary to what the public opinion is, then the population starts to have doubts about, well, what happened here? And this is why we need to have a central office, a headquarter, that starts and proceeds to explain to the population as to why a determined case was handled and a judgment was issued in a certain way or another. And also, we also have the particularity that we open ourselves up to the press with everything that is the secretariat of the court office. So in the state of New York, the press has access to the files, also for any judgments that are issued, so that they can see what the evidence is that was provided to come to such a conclusion. And the Office of Communications, it can then explain as to how this proof is established and that led to the judge sentencing in one way or another. So in this sense, it's good for the population to know that the judicial system does also collaborate with the society by means of opening the doors to the courtrooms, which is what we call public access. We participate in a series of events in the communities. We have public conversations. We bring students to the courts so they can learn about the judicial systems other than the lectures, and also to learn about the importance. And in the same way, we also need to handle IT so that we can handle this. But in the courts that I participate in, that we can do that through YouTube and internet live feeds. We have the digital proceedings, and this isn't just open to the chambers, but the courts of appeals We can also transmit the process live, and we have a file, and all of that to make sure that the population understands the reason why and the how judges do their work, how they perform their work. Very well, Judge. Okay, let's go back to Europe with the participation of Mr. Bourget, the Frenchman. So let's go back to the older part of the European, of the Atlantic. Well, good morning, and thank you very much to Mr. Francisco Ortega and the Supreme Court of the Dominican Republic for the invitation. And well, yes, well, the continent may be old, but I'm still young. But I'm also part of a vulnerable group, maybe because of being a somewhat older population, but I may also be limited in the fact that my Spanish is not just as good as someone who's a native speaker, for a reason why, for which I asked for apologies should I come short with what I say in Spanish. This here with today's topic is about the best practices for a constructive relationship between the press and the judiciary in favor of democracy. When I read about this topic, I'm not much of a journalist, nor am I a judge. I'm a professor of law, and I identified and I immediately related this with a major problem that affects, let's say that this was developed in the 90s, the relation between the media, the justice, and the democratic problem that this brings with it because of the parallelisms that come up with the press, because this is something that has different implications with human rights in Europe, the right to contradiction, etc. So this way of research can also have its influence when it comes to corruption. So the secret of instruction is also affected by this. So I started developing on the topic, and this is also something that has been talked about in France with a judge for emergency cases such as this. So there's an emergency judge where someone can approach a judge in hopes of waiting for a parallel case where something may not be as efficient. So this has been amplified with a code, and to go beyond that. So because when we talk about justice, we talk about basic rights. But this is something that happens to me when I go to Latin America. In Latin America, I have some colleagues, and I look for references, and I write their name on the internet to search for something, and I suddenly find out about an accident that they had, or data that of the person that was in the vehicle and their date of birth, and that's just based on journalism. And this could make it more difficult for the fluidity with the justice system, and that could generate a problem when it comes to the democracy of it. So to continue with the topic that you mentioned, in France, first and foremost, we need to take into consideration that constitutionally speaking, and because of the constitutional doctrine and the dogmatic Constitution of 1958, we don't have a judiciary as such. We have a legislative power, we have an executive power, and in the dogma of Charles de Gaulle, we have pretty much a judiciary authority which has wanted to prove that the judiciary isn't a power of the same level as the legislative and the executive power. It's an authority. And in the Constitution, what we have planted is a judicial authority. So the justice, when it comes to commercial realm, but not the administrative as such. So we do have a system that is the same. That is the same one that exists in Colombia, with a consultative function and a contentious one. and then a contentious administrative one with 3 levels, so an appeals court and a council of state. So that's the first thing to point out here. That's the first difference that may exist in comparison to other systems, and to say and explain that the press per se does not consider the topic of justice as if it were the same as something that could come from the legislative reality or the executive one. When there is a judgment of a very important topic of great transcendence, in France, for example, the Council of the State has many times had to pronounce itself as an administrative judge about stopping a medical treatment of someone who was in a public hospital in a coma. So it's the topic about the end of life, say, of the wife who was in favor, but the parents who were who were against that. And when it's a judgment of something as sensitive as this, the only one who communicates that is the vice president of the Council of State, who is pretty much does a function of the minister. So they will then organize a press conference and they then explain the case. Another difference here with the system, let's say with the Hispanic world, of what corresponds with what could be the case in, let's say, Germany or Italy, is that in France, the judgments, the sentences are very short. So a judgment of the Council of State could be as short as 1 page or 2 pages at most. So it may become somewhat bigger if there is a legal difference or opinion. Let's see, when you talk about the Napoleonic legal system, where the intention was that any Frenchman could read it and understand it clearly. So we do have we have judgments that are very clear, that are short, and we don't have a dissertation about it. So we don't end up doing philosophy about it. So this is something that would weaken the judgment. It would have a different rationality with it, which on another occasion could have triumphed over it. So it doesn't require excessive explanations. I will conclude quickly as to what the press used to do in France. We don't have, and sometimes when there is a penal issue where you have the prosecutor then who is ready to pronounce the results of the research, say, of the disappearance of a person or a murder case, who is sitting next to the commander of the civil guard or the president of the police. But the media, the press, always, when they talk about a judicial topic that is in written press or TV, they have experts. They have experts who are professors of law, who are lawyers, very well recognized on a topic, or it can be a retired judge who are still young, even though sometimes they may be of an older age also. So there's a case of a very recognized, let's say, a former judge, and who will then comment on this. And they give a very simple explanation, and they themselves then become journalists of the channels because it becomes their main activity. And so you mean they become a part of the press team? Yes, exactly. So each channel then has a service which is called Service Police Justice. So it's a police justice service. So there's one person who ends up being the editor-in-chief, and there are several then who have, let's say, a judge who is retired, who is specialized on topics of terrorism, some other who talks about finances. So there's a collaboration of the press, let's say, of the serious press. And when I say the press, I mean the means of communication. And the justice and the press then communicate, and there's a community that nourishes itself and that does not need to go through, let's say, a means of communication. At least that's the way it works in France. And then there is no customization about this, or when someone is famous or such. If any communication needs to be made, it's done in writing through a press conference. Okay, and from the perspective, well said, sir, when it comes to companies, for example, when one observes this interaction with the effort that the courts do and the efforts of the press to cover these.
Thank you very much. Very happy to be in this panel. With a very interesting to be a very success. I am the president of a CEAPIC association. We have 300 presidents of different companies of America. I am also the foundation of a company that is placed here in the Dominican Republic. We're almost 600 people in 15 countries since last week. We have a company in Uruguay, so 16 now. Both activities allowed me to know a lot about the region and the different countries, the society, the worries of the we're now seeing that the word is more what most here is worried. We're very disconnected between society and the different elements that should be there, what inspires them. The breakup with the political borders, it is very important. From the 20 last election, 21 and 19 of them, the solution, political solution that has been taken is a punish vote. That's very sad for me when you listen to phrases like this president is going to win. People know that it's a corrupt president, but they believe that that person is going to do something better than the last one. And this only shows the lack of trust and values from the citizens. The good thing is it has improved the trust in companies because they can be an entity that pressures and can help the citizens to. So we now have the pressure to impact in the better of the society. The judicial world in America, we cannot have one vision, depending of which country. Some countries has accomplished to maintain the prestige, but other ones not so much. But for the good relationships and democracy, everything that we can do in favor of taking care of the reputation of the judicial powers, it is very important. I think people need to believe that the bad guy is going to have consequences and the good person is going to be okay. So it is very important. Right now we live in a very confusion world, confused. When the press tells things, then it's not necessarily truth, but society is much smarter than what we think. They know, they know how to interpret things beyond what says in the press. And there are two phrases that comes with the time. The economy is not decided by the big economic factors, but biostrategic. And that today the legislation, it's not, it doesn't depend more the politicals, but from the public comments. So this has come to people, it's making pressure to recover the values. So the project from the it's the half truths are not enough now to um, the pressure. There's an opportunity from the judicial world to avoid to from parallel judges and mediatic judges, the filtrations that come from personal interest, the failures of the systems, but there's an opportunity. I think sometimes we confuse two things. People think it's a communication problem, but sometimes I don't think that's the type of problem. I think there's another problem that takes effect on the communication. I think justice now has the responsibility and the duty to, because the society needs it, to save our democracy, to work on the basics of the justice and improve the justice, because to make it more fair, more efficiency, and with better communication. If we only focus on one of the matters, we will have it wrong for sure. Very good. Now from the Dominican Republic, what should we say? Thank you very much. Good morning. For the judicial power from the Dominican Republic, it is an honor to count with the experience of in communication of these countries that has come before me from these sectors and other judicial powers from companies. We really appreciate this experience. This topic about the constructive relationship between prince and judicial powers is a very thick topic. The lines of reflection from this topic, from the Dean Padilla, helps us get deep on this aspect. I'd like to share now 5 ideas from my point of view are very important and from the Dominican experience. The time will allow me to say two. If the moderator is good to me, I will be able to say the third. And maybe in the second round, I can complete one or two more ideas. The first idea I'd like to share is that the quality of democracy in the Dominican Republic and Ibero-America and the world, it is linked to the existence of the judicial powers who are independent, efficient, and trustworthy. There has been a analysis that has been made from the third democratic wave that now has 40 years recognizing the political rights, which is very important for the electoral processes, which is also very important. But it's still a challenge to consolidate the rights in the Dominican Republic as in many other countries. I know that many expositor has acknowledged how well the democracy has been in the Dominican Republic, but there's still job to do from the perspective of institutions, big institutions that can help the creation of a system that can really hold from the Ferraioli's focus from Guillermo Dono that allows all the horizontal and vertical count. And on this case, the judicial powers play a very important role in the consolidation of the state of the rights, but they make them in a context where the doubt about the powers has are limiting the role from the judicial powers and all this topic of the consolidation of the democracy. The lack of trust in the judicial powers has been relinquished, and I mean in the Dominican Republic, more from the work that people has been doing from the 90s. We have been doing changes in the law and the judicial power that are improving, but but it's more about the relationship between the judges and the society that has been secrets and some in the treatment of the information in the press that has affected the trust and from how it's been taken in the press by a sensationalist way. The trust has been affected and it could be affecting in other countries. People think that the judges do not trust that this is a culture that must be changed because they think that the dialogue with society is not necessary and this should be transformed. This has come to a misunderstood and transformation from the judges from their role, lack of trust, distance with society. These are the barriers that we need to take care of. I appeal for the judicial powers reduce time, judgment based on good services, good communication. And these are one of the most important challenges that we need to approach right now. The judiciary communication must be capable to build confidence in the judiciary system and in the judges. And for this, four things must be accomplished. Improve the relations with the press, fac- more facilities for the communication, build and protect the institutional image from the judiciary system as a consistent image, and we're giving steps to that new image and gives back steps to dialogue with the society. This first idea to improve the relation with the press is what I want to talk about on my next opportunity. On this first round, there has been classic topics and others that are not so classic. The observation between the interaction press and the judges, that maybe Mr. Budget reminds us the perception of the most orthodox um, customs that the judges could just talk about the through the court decision, but the judges are the ones that should talk about through the court decision, and the press just the lectures, the the court session should be talk with the community. The perspective, the more dynamic perspective says that the court has the responsibility to announce the court decision, but also be certain that this court is understandable, that we talk about with the director of the Spanish Academy of Language, that it has the obligation to explain. So where does end the explication and where the explanation, where does it start the court decision? Where can they find meet? So there are some interesting cases, like criminal cases, because the judicial power, the Cuchillo talked about, which is the last voice, it should go. By being the judicial power that has the last talk, we can forget that there are other actors before that court decision. The public minister, was it well conducted? Is it the court responsibility or the public ministry? Over whom should be placed the responsibility? Maybe on this second round we can go through one of these topics. Again, cuchillos. Regarding on this topic, that the professor, that the judges talks through the resolution, that's very clear. The judges talks through the resolution. The problem is when resolution is not well received. So that's not enough on these cases. That's when the journalist is missing that explains, justifies, or answers for that rejection from the public. Because the reality is the brilliant intervention from before, from Cipriano and Navalon, they have said something very interesting. They said that in Spain, and I think that's true, people do not form, it's not formed, so they don't know the difference between a prosecutor and a judge. But I think that wasn't enough, but because they think they know. Every man has a lawyer on his heart. There's a mediatic case, and sometimes, for example, the one from Catalonia or the last reform in my country from sexual felonies, the CAC law, for instance, and everybody knows that the fact of rebellion or sedition, of aggression, if it's aggression or sexual abuse. But if a breach falls, and I say, then everybody's like, well, I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but when it comes to legal manners, everybody thinks to know something. So where it comes what Antonio says here, the margin where the justice, that the justice has to defend themselves, where is it? Where is the defense from the judicial system? At the end, we're always going um, on coming from the transfer, the motivation. In Spain, the sentence, the judgments are really short. Sometimes we need to answer talking about the human rights. And I link this with that actual moment we know where we know Netflix series from mediatic things that have not been really solved yet. So how do we defend? So we need to teach. We need to send a resolution. We need to send them by WhatsApp group. But at the end, justice is always losing because it's the weakest. So we need to know how to react on these situations. Thank you very much.
So, in the position on the receiving end since I'm on the receiving end of many of these complaints, and the way that we in New York tackle the topic, the press creates a public opinion, and the public opinion leads to a decision without having at hand the proof that is being presented in court. The judge then dictates the ruling based on the judgment in court, and whatever is said out there does not enter, this does not become part of the judgment, of the ruling of the judge. So to this end is why there is a need for an Office of Judicial Communication, which is the one that's going to explain to the population why a ruling was made the way it was made. So why it came out in a determined way. Because the proof, the evidence, wasn't provided. I had a judgment which was the longest one in the history of the state. It took me almost a full year with the jury, and for me to bring this to a successful ending, I had to tell the lawyers and the parties that they could not be in communication with the press, because I understood that the press was going to pollute not just the public opinion, but the jury itself. And if they polluted the opinion of the jury, then the case would be thrown out of court. It would be annulled. So they obeyed that order I gave them. We came to a successful end, and this ruling by the court was appealed, the decision of the court, and the Superior Court confirmed each one of the decisions I made. If I allow for the press to pollute, there was not going to be a way for the Office of Communications to undo what the press was going to accomplish with a public opinion. And this is something that you can see every day. I'm not saying through this that we do need to avoid having a link with the press. We do need to have a link with it, but we need to know how to do that, because the judiciary, it's not enough for the judiciary to be transparent and to be efficient. It also needs to be known, and the public needs to know, that the judiciary is doing its job the correct way. We do not make our rulings, we don't make our judgments based on public opinion, but based on the proof that is presented in court. And this is something that the population just doesn't understand. Just as Maite was saying, everybody is a lawyer. Everybody knows how a decision must come out without ever having gone through law school, without ever having seen evidence, without ever having examined it deep down what took place in the courtroom. Nonetheless, you ask them, well, this bridge just came down. Oh, well, I can't issue an opinion on that. I'm not an engineer. So the judicial power needs to be proactive in that sense. The judges need to be accessible, not to explain their judgment, but so that people can talk to them and understand that they too are human beings, and that they have the best intentions at heart for the population to participate in community issues. And then maybe one can understand a little better, the population will be able to understand a little better when they see a sentence, a judgment, a ruling, and they understand it. and then can stop criticizing and, and, and as we say in English, second guessing, and where they say, oh, well, this sentence wasn't done properly. How can you say that if you weren't even there? You were not there at the moment. Very well. Do you know, Your Honor, people, something that is said is that the worst thing that can happen is for one to be ignored, not to be criticized. So being criticized as such is maybe not so bad of a topic here. And it also reminded me of something that you were saying about the attitude of the Judge Harlaver, who was a great judge, who wasn't just afraid for the jury to be polluted by the public opinion, but himself also, based on the public opinion. And he would make sure that the news themselves would be published on topics that were still being considered by the court. So when he would read the press in the morning, they had already cut out any news that had to do with the topics being dealt with in court. Well, thank you for giving me the floor. It's true that what Dr. Garcia Padilla said earlier about the judge, it made me think about the famous formula of Montesquieu, where the judge is the mouth of the law. And there may be some changes, and there are always approaches that can be made. But myself, about 20 years ago, when I still studied and when I lived, for example, in Madrid, it's something that was curious to me was with the star judges. And I would always think, well, yeah, it's true that there are cultural differences between, say, France and Italy and France and Spain. But back then, in that era, I found an explanation to that. But it was something that was hard for me to understand, really. And in France, it's much to the contrary. I would even say there was like, let's say, a wall between the judiciary and the press, the media. So this doesn't mean that the public opinion and the media are not interested into the activities of the justice system, but much to the contrary. In France, it's actually the case where one makes an accusation. Even this morning, if you take the newspapers of Le Monde or the Figaro, there are differences between France and Spain when it comes to the topic of sentences. We have newspapers with so few pages, because, well, let's say in Spain, a newspaper, and back then, with all the weekly supplements, you would actually end up with an encyclopedia, in fact. But, well, we have newspapers with very few pages. Le Figaro, maybe 20, 21 pages at heart. And 60, 70% would be about sentences, about the requalification of employees of Uber Eats or employees or some judicial political issue. But, well, as I was saying, the judge, in fact, your formula is quite clear. The judge applies the law. The judge works in the courtroom and is completely airtight, because there's no staff for that. And, well, we are not aware of anti-terrorist judges. We don't know what their names are, who they are. So there's no such image as of a star judge. So that the person could be in a subway with you and you wouldn't even know. So there is no press council. So it's not a judicial system to that end. But the constitutionality, with the intention of the press to publish what law is to be applied to them. And this is something that did not exist until 2000, but now it does exist. And since that is in existence for the first time in the history of our constitutional history. You can go to the Constitutional Council, and the council then would work in a secret way, so you could only find out about it in a contentious elective topic. So there were previous resources about a law that was actually uh, validated. So this has created a courtroom for the different parties to treat the topic. And now this comes with a dossier, with a press dossier, with just a few lines. And also the council itself, the Constitutional Council, also produces a comment about the judgment, about that sentence, so which we would say is didactic in its nature. And the ones working there are people who are quite knowledgeable, doctors in law, so people with college level knowledge or universities. So they make very well created comments, so it's quite clear. And I would say where you see a communication, such as a Council of Communication, for example, in big companies, let's say the agent of a football player, of a soccer player, that person is going to be communicating a lot with the lawyers, but when it comes with the member of the council, that's where we will find a certain protagonist when it comes to a specialist about how to interpret the judicial content of things, and the court acts in a discreet way, and when a communication needs to be published to the press, it does so. If something needs to be published that has been published incorrectly by the press, then the clarification will be made. Well, I can see my time has already run out, but well, that leaves no space to more consideration. So thank you. Thank you. Nuria, is there anything to add? Well, the challenges, which are many, I might want to add to this intervention to plead about the concept of what's worthwhile the effort because of how important things are. And if I could say about what the biggest problem of the region is, I would say that the biggest problem in the region is growth. In many countries, we currently have a growth of less than 3% of the GDP, and this will not allow to find solutions for people who have doubts, who want to improve, who want to progress, where there are people who still have a high percentage of informal economies. So there's a direct relationship, a very direct relationship in all countries between the level of investment, how much is invested, and the creation of jobs. And when you ask a business person what the key is, what one of the key factors, key aspects is to decide on whether they will invest in a country, then the topic of the judiciary comes up. So there needs to be legal stability. One has to be able to trust in the legal system and into the justice. So that's one of the big drivers to bring the trust. And without trust, there is no investment. So it is worthwhile because, well, if there's no investment, there's no employment. And all the problems that the region is going through, say of violence, they're also very linked due to the lack of job opportunities and the lack of alternatives. But I also understand that we need to support the judicial system. And I think that from the business world and the politics, we also need to provide support. Last week, we had Daniel Noboa, the president-elect of Ecuador. We had a meeting. We came across him and talked about a particular case in Ecuador where a significant amount of drugs were confiscated. And when it was time to sue on the case. It wasn't done. Well, and his argument was, well, people in general are good, and sometimes we cannot ask for them to risk their lives so that a prosecutor can present the case, and we need to create a system that protects the life of the person suing and that of that person's family. So that's a very important issue. But I also think that in society, we need to understand that for justice to work, we don't just have to ask for judges with great ideals and big levels of commitment, but we need to invest in technology to make sure that the goal pursuit can be fulfilled and that those who need protection can be protected. Of course, it's great for a judge to get in the subway and to not be recognized so they can make a decision on terrorism in Europe or narcotics in Latin America. That's great. And I think that in communication, we also need to take advantage of that to put these aspects on the table because it's just too important. The judicial system is just too important because we as a society, as a democracy, as companies, it's just too important. And it's too much of a commitment for us to not let it become a success. Okay. Well, yes, thank you. About this aspect of communication that was referred to, yes, I think, yes, it's one of the most important topics in terms of communication and the challenges that the judicial power has. And the references, such as is the case of Spain and France, that you have shared with us, it's interesting. And well, in New York, on top of that, how this communication of sentences needs to have a professional department of communication in the judicial power so that they can contribute to the diffusion and the communication of these sentences. In the Dominican Republic, the Supreme Court, the Council of the Judicial Power has made a proposal to have a department, a robust department that can help and contribute with that, and it's being done. So the experience, for example, of this type of dossier that is prepared for the press and to communicate about the sentences. So, but that's this one element. The judges need to contribute, essentially stemming from what Dr. Munoz Machado presented yesterday. And it's something that we had talked about in many aspects with a clear language that is easy to understand, to talk about the aspect so that it makes it easy for the communication and to make it easy for the journalists to actually work with what they receive. And in this sense, I believe it's important that we need to take into consideration that we need to improve the relationship between the press and the judicial power, and that this relationship needs to come about through a link of cooperation and of exchange. And this is essential, I believe. And in this sense, it supposes of having this perspective to change the visions and the practices from the judicial power and from the press. So on this panel, something that is missing is this vision from the press, of the independent press, where we have the challenge of incorporating it. But we need to change this in this relation. And from the judicial power, we need to be more open towards the press and society in general, and to understand that the media aren't the public speakers of the judicial power, and that they do play a critical role in front of us, and they have a critical job to do, and to understand that the media doesn't necessarily, what we understand as important may not be something that would provide to be newsworthy for them. So we need to understand that from their perspective also. And I'll start with this here then. they have the challenge of how to make the important things to be interesting and to be publishable, to be newsworthy. And so they need to make an effort in that direction. What's the case here that since we have been linked for many years now, there is the adage where good news is no news at all. And that is something that where necessarily this vision needs to be changed so that it can be shared as for the part of the jobs of the things that we're doing. And I would like to link that with the sentences that were mentioned earlier from the judicial power, even though this is an essential topic. For example, you have Isabel Duelo here from Argentina, who has been accompanying us from in the Dominican Republic with a policy of communication. And one of the things that we've seen is what do the judicial power communicate? That's just one of the many things that the judicial power needs to communicate. And you said so, Mr. Dean. What is it that's communicated? What are the accomplishments that are mentioned? What has been done in a given administration? So all that work of pedagogic work. So this is something that needs to be shown as for the work the judges do, aside from the media. So here, for example, we have the Honorable Montero who has developed a very important labor of exchange with society, with the different social actors about the topic of digitalization in the judicial power. And that has generated a debate. It has brought about a debate. Vanessa Costa, a judge also who's been accompanying throughout the whole process of gender equality, and that work of informing about it. You have Judge Villafaña here, who has also talked about the work that has been done with the judicial power to integrate the aspect of gender equality in the judicial power. And I'll conclude about the changes that need to be done on the side of the press. It's to understand that judicial power are institutions that deserve being defended, as you had mentioned, as a guarantor of a pacific society, of a peaceful society, so where not all judgments are necessarily good, and not all of the judgments are good, but that's not the general case. And that should not affect the reputation of the judicial powers, nor the reputation of the judges. So this commitment needs to be made to avoid generalizing and to create conscience about the damages that parallel judgments cause, as having a sentence before the actual sentence is dictated in court, and the judicial systems and the discredit socially that can be recovered from that. So from that point of view, from the judicial power of the Dominican Republic, there are best practices, important practices that are being developed. For example, yesterday, the Council of the Judicial Power was discussing about a policy of communication of the judicial power, which we hope to have approved in the following days. So we've already talked about this and the efforts that we've been doing to improve the communication with the press, but above all with the society. Thank you very much. Well, I see Maite with the microphone in hand, so until we receive the first questions of what the colleagues are here with us have typed in through the QR code, you will have the word. If you have anything else to add, Maite? Well, I would like to sell my book a little bit now. Well, since I saw you with the mic in hand. Well, to me, it's interesting. Something that's been talked about very much, and especially in the previous presentation about the digitalization. So this is a little bit for the judges. So the digital revolution is something where everyone's involved, also you, the judges. So here in the Dominican Republic, the codes, I don't know from what time the laws, the codes that you have, I don't know what time they're from. And in my country, we have judges, we have laws that are linked to judges from the 19th century. So that's a time when information was provided through uh, through birds, and now the bird that is used is Twitter. So it's been quite an evolution. So it's a new communication, a means of communication in the revolution. So in my countries, for example, 20 years ago, when you had the cabinet, the press cabinet, it was being opened to the general public. But now, I think more than ever, the press cabinets, the judicial press cabinets, are more important than ever to harmonize the justice and the media. In the past, the press had 24 hours to prepare information, to enrich it, to contextualize it, to find the sources. Now, the journalists, unfortunately, these poor devils, they have to send it and upload it on the web. They have to create a video. They have to upload it on Twitter. It has happened to me that there's this resolution that comes out, and I have to publish it on Twitter. And I publish it, and then people say, well, can you explain it to me? Well, now we have to explain it. So where's the rigor in this? I don't mean to be a pessimist, but I'm going to be a little bit of a pessimist because it's being, the tools are having preference over the content and the information itself. So the generation of journalists from 20 years ago, they are not educated as much about it. So we give it a little bit of contextualization, and the press can then give it the shape it wants. But please, the judges here, please make sure that you use the bridges, the institutional bridges that you have at hand, because there is a defense that is required for this. So I have nothing more to add. Well, anyone else from the panel who wants to add something before the Q&A? And if we have received no questions at all, well, then I will express my gratitude to all of you for your patience. Oh, there is a question. Yes, please go ahead.
Right now, I cannot hear to the question that the person in the public is asking. I will translate the answer for the question. So the challenge for the Dominican judicial system, in the case it happens for other countries, it has to be with the how can, after the audience, to have a summary of how happened, what said the defendant and the prosecutor. Okay, thank you very much for your comment. If there's any other comment, question, go ahead. For the communication, I will invite you to have a class for communication, not press, because it will be deemed to that. So the communication is to listen, to understand what the society thinks. It begins of hearing its data, is analyzing data, is influence, and it's not only communicate the facts, but the purpose, the emotions, what people feel, what people perceive. So just that, this message. About what the journalist was explaining. In the United States, we see very often that a person can be accused of something, and what you first see When they retire that person from the police department, when they see this person in the TV, that first image that the population sees, they think that person did something. If not, it was not, would not be being seen on TV. Like we say here in the Dominican Republic, we should hear to both voices. We need to hear both opinions to see what can they prove, what type of evidence they can get and analyze if that evidence is enough to send someone to jail. So you see if the prosecutors have enough, but the defense haven't been heard yet. So when the judge analyzes the evidence and hears the defense, and it compares with the prosecutors, maybe there's a doubt in there. And while there's a doubt, there's no sentence. But public opinion, on the other hand, it's only hearing to one version. They get surprised. They think the judges must be a bad, but being a bad job. So the facts are being known after the two voices are heard. So it doesn't matter. What really matters is the perception of the public. So this is why it is so important to have a communication department from the judicial communication that can say the truth about what's really happening. Because when a judge fails, a court decision, it is doomed. When people is only hearing to one version, so someone needs to go and defend that. It cannot be the judge itself. It should be an entity, a centralized entity that has the capacity to do so. I think it's very interesting that we're talking about this topic, and I think that the solution could be the way that it's communicate. As a lawyer, I've known how the image of someone can be damaged by the way it is communicated. So I recommend that you educate while you are talking. It's not the same a sentence when it is verified the mesh. I think it's very important to communicate when you are communicating, so you can explain the phases for a legal process, to explain what is the instruction process, the long process, so the image of the lawyer can be protected. Thank you. We were able to accomplish that. We judges give speeches and give talks about, we talk to the civil society, we talk to children, to adolescents, to older people, and we explain what kind of work we do and why we do the things the way we do it. What do we need to give a sentence to a person? It must be an evidence beyond any reasonable doubt. If we don't have all the elements, they can be proved, we cannot make a sentence. There was a case in New York where a person was murdered by the police. So every Dominican person was against that sentence. And vandalism started. What we did was we went to a school and explained how the system works, the legal system, the criminal system works, so they could understand what would happen if that policeman was being innocent. But the disturbs stopped because we explained how the justice works. And maybe that's what we need to do. So when there's a court decision that is contrary to people's opinion, so people just don't think that the justice wasn't fair, but that we were following the process. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your company and in this conversation. Montero to Vega, thank you for being here. Thank you to the World Jurist Association, to the president. If he wants to say something, Mr. Javier. I would like to thank the 5 panelists and the moderator particularly. You are the one who invited Judge Mendes, right? And the French professor. So how lucky it is to translate this sensibility not only to the language but the culture from the court of appellation courts and being able to listen to how justice works, how it works in French. I'd like to make a question to you too, and please answer. I want your opinion about what's happening in Spain. In Spain, in 2017, one of the powers of the state, an autonomy, a federal state, was declared rebel to the to the Constitution and did their own referendum on their territory. That led to a reaction of a sentence against for felony against the constitutional order, and some of them ran right now in Spain for the new government forces amnesty law and the pardon to not apply the consequences for anti-jurisdictional. We're talking about an amnesty after Franco government to ask for forgiveness maybe our French professor knows. How does it sound for you? An amnesty. Can you imagine something like this in the United States after the Brown sentence, for instance? A democratic government. It was not only an authority, but a commune of authority. Thank you. This is a very interesting question. I'm going to consult. I'm kidding, I'm just kidding. It is a very interesting topic because the only unpublished book, the book I have published, is a study about how jurisdiction is configured in Spain, Italy, and France, about amnesty and indult. In Spain, after Frank, it has been used the amnesty to solve these political issues. What I will tell you in the first place, in your country that could happen, because I remember when I studied in Madrid about the Lopez Guerra courses, he was always say that Spain is a federal state. Even more, Catalonia has their own police, their own intelligence group. It's a very strong federalism, but we don't know how much. But in France, I would say the tradition from 2 centuries, in telling this to someone from Catalonia, for instance, it's something that has centralized in a very strong way, which was Napoleon. And we have escaped precisely for this Napoleonic system. It has been very criticized, our constitution. But when it was made, the constitution from 58, it was not about to put a constitution in a democratic way. It was after a war, the parliament has converted into another type of government. So we needed to make a strong executive power that is aside the army. So we have a constitution. The Corsega, it was not the same case as Catalonia because they were not able to create a total independent state. But in France, we could not be in that kind of situation that I think it was tragic for Spain. And you have put this in many good words because it is a political problem. It can hardly be fixed in a judicial solution because it is a political issue. We should we should take care of this situation a political matter, not a judicial matter. You have resumed this very good. We have seen today probably the problem of judicial communication. It cannot be explained without taking note of the interior phase. The communication judiciary is important because we need to defend from attacks and from society in society. But the question is why the judiciary system should be defended. What is going on that we need to defend ourselves? What is the problem inside? So people there's lack of trust in people. But if we ask citizens if they have doubts in the banks or insurance or the parliament, they will have they say yes, they have this lack of trust. But if I were Spanish, I will trust more in the judges. They talk about constitution and how legal the process are, that in the executive power or the functionaries So the problem that comes with amnesty and what they indulged is that the amnesty was more far away than indulged. The indulged comes from monarchy and is too much criticized. That's what we say in French. It's a competition from the citizen, from the medieval era. But the amnesty, it's a much bigger thing in the judiciary system. The indult just retires the consequences of the sentence. But the problem when we get into this manner is it's not anymore a judicial problem because the amnesty is like the referendum. The referendum allows allows them to stay in the European Union. It happens the same things with the agreement in Colombia with the FARC because the referendum allows them to, if, if they reject it, it will not be well seen. It happens the same. If the candidate, the suffrage, there's going to be people in favor of from amnesty and some people will be against the amnesty. But it is a political issue. But we have some criticism that works in one way but not in the other way. Here, someone mentioned an Italian constitutionalist for an ex-member of the Red Army. If he travels to Colombia, if they make the same, and you ask the same question there, for an ex-military who committed an attempt, they will say it's okay. That's the problem, I think, because it's something political. I now pass the word. I'll be brief. When the decision of Brown versus Board of Education was made, the President Eisenhower was in agreement. So he said the Supreme Court has decided. Now, this is why years before, Kennedy had to send the forces to make that decision to allow the integration of that school. In the United States, hardly when the Supreme Court has a decision, the decision cannot be made because there's a tradition that there's a separation of the powers. When the court has a decision, it follows what it says. And it is a judicial decision that's followed, but that doesn't mean that the executive power, that the executive that is in charge of making that decision happen is going to take the action immediately to make that decision happen. Thank you very much. The Dominican Republic, besides the commitment of the time when when the panel finishes at the 12, the public also is tired, has the temptation of the president beer, cold, that may be waiting outside the panel. So we finish it now, and thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you to the Dean Emeritus, Antonio Garcia Padilla, for its great job moderating, to the panelists, Cuchilla, Manuel Méndez, Nuria Villanueva, founder and president of Atrevia. From France, Renal Bourguet, professor at the Faculty of Law and Political Science of the University of Costa Azul. From the Dominican Republic, Javier Cabreja, general coordinator for communications and public affairs. Garcia Padilla has said it already. It's lunchtime, which is served in a lounge next to the lobby. The staff will show you the way, and we'll be back here at 2:15 for our next panel. So enjoy your lunch for now.
No tengo audio. No, pero que yo lo tenía aprendido. Ladies and gentlemen, we currently have no audio. The issue is about to be fixed, and we'll be interpreting as soon as we get an audio feed. Thank you. Test. Test 1, 2. In case anyone can hear me, we are currently not receiving any audio feed. We've already informed the technicians and they're on it in order to solve the situation. As soon as we get an audio feed, we'll get back to interpreting. Thank you for your patience.
Entonces, este caso ejemplar muestra una industria de contenidos comunicando que también a veces es usada por otras empresas y por sectores públicos que tienen.
Ladies and gentlemen, our apologies for the delay interpreting. We had no audio feed. The issue has just been fixed. With which, therefore, there are legal changes, there are mobilizations of audiences. So which role did the judicial powers take in this sense? Did they take advantage of the new communicational universe? Could the judicial power take advantage of the technology without risking the professionalism and other features? Could it make use of the trust of artificial intelligence and new technologies? Because we all know that the attitude was rather to avoid the journalists and avoid the publication of information. Nonetheless, the panorama is a different one because there is an opening towards judicial powers because, of course, based on the cultures of each country, we saw this morning how each country faces this when it comes to the judicial powers. The key then here to me is that the judicial power has to ask itself the correct questions and understand the new audiences. It has to pose the correct questions to itself and then abandon the traditional answers that it tends to give itself, even now in the 21st century. Even artificial intelligence asks today, what do you want from me? What would you like me to answer to you? So this is another thing that got accelerated in this because the judicial power now had to provide new channels of communication with people. And we even have the law of digital media in the Dominican Republic and a similar one in Argentina, which got accelerated through the pandemic. So how could these become of more use? And two of these are more important to me, which I would like to answer or have answered. One is that the judicial powers have to understand just how deep the concept of communication is today, because it's no longer journalists and judges seeing how the information is moved forward. So one has to see which the players are. We have to understand what people communicate today, because with their mobile device, they are content creators. We also have to understand that journalists, the social media, the influencers are more and more relevant today, and that society also within its own perception communicates and things that were talked about today about fake news and such. So this is the media play today. So the judges are not the direct responsible ones for the communication of the judicial powers. We do need professionals of communication, and we also need them in order to be able to show a more humanized face of the judicial power in front of society and seeing what artificial intelligence will produce, which tends to be colder than an actual human. So I think that the first key point here is to understand what communication actually means today. So it's not a question of whether the judge speaks or doesn't speak, but rather all the tools that we can use. So the specialized professionals in this, when it comes to the use of technology and artificial intelligence, in order to define once and for all what makes its way to the user in a transparent way. And the second key, and with that, I'll finish my point, it has to do with leadership in two ways, the political leadership and the operational leadership of the judicial power in order to be able to communicate. We can make up many channels of communications, but if it's not led by the judicial power, then there's a problem. And here's where the political power also plays a role. So civil society does want a team of a court working together. So one single picture of ministers who are facing one another will have very grave symbolic consequences within the judicial power, but also outward. So you can see just how important it is for the courts to lead in this sense as far as communication is concerned. So not like Bauman says, as a casino where there's a sapping of content, but in a strategic way that has been thought of thoroughly previously. This on one hand, when it comes to the political side, and on the operational side, the judges who are the face and the word as the most important assets of the judicial power, because they are the ones who are right next to the community. And it is proven today in media that this is becoming, that this is turning towards the local public. So it's not the massive part, but rather the news within each community. So the judges need to understand that they have artificial intelligence as a media, but also the new technologies, but they will never be able to replace emotional intelligence, the criteria, the context, the word, and the role of the judge. And this is what the professionals in communication want to show to society through the judges. The social and pedagogical importance and their roles need to be communicational pieces. After that, we'll talk about how we transmit those. But there need to be communicative pieces. And to wrap up, what do I want to say? In synthesis, well, we need to understand the necessity of a communication that is strategic, that stems from a political and operational basis, making use of the technologies as a medium, and artificial intelligence as a medium, because there is nothing that is more transformative than the word and law, which are two transversal parts, which when they cross paths in a constructive and in a particular way, they cause social peace, a state of law, and a more participative society. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And I find it very interesting there in the University of Havana in Cuba. The communication is not something that you improvise. It has to be thought through. You have to create a strategy. And I believe even more so today, because it goes through all the process, especially in this convoluted world. The speed might limit us. The speed of the information is not something that should limit us in actually thinking things through. So here I will present our dear Andrea Mendes, the director of the Centennial University, San Lido Mendes in Rio de Janeiro. And we ask her now how this is expressed in Brazil, what one anecdote she has to tell us in this convoluted world of technology and innovation. So please go ahead, Andrea. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I first and foremost want to express my appreciation to Mr. Ortega for his kind invitation, which is the cause of me being here. So it was first and foremost, I'd like to apologize for my Portuguese-sounding Spanish, because we Brazilians think that we speak Spanish, but we actually speak what we call Portuñol. I love the language. I don't understand everything about Spanish, but sometimes I make up words that I get out of Portuguese. So if you need a dictionary, sometimes you might need a dictionary to understand certain words. I say, I'm the first female director of my university in over 20 years. So that's quite an impactful story in Rio de Janeiro, especially where we are, because we are the oldest private university in this. Our specialty is in training lawyers, judges. So if there's any specialty in that realm, my university has it. My university, not myself, mind you, has trained more than 500,000 people. We have changed over 500,000 lives. And I've had the opportunity of presiding the Academy of Opportunity. Now, in Brazil, there's more English taught than Spanish, of course. Now, as for this topic here is concerned, I was invited to speak, and I'm the coordinator of a line of, when it comes to the University of Salamanca in Spain. So we, as such, search to find for a way for mankind to be respected, for the rights of mankind to be respected, especially in what we're seeing now, because the future is now. So this is a gigantic wave that we have ahead of us, which we don't know yet what's behind that wave. I'm an educator, and I have been hardwired to be hopeful for things. So there's a certain level of desperation, but the big technology is high tech. The most discussed topic, which we spoke about in Switzerland, was based on technology. So everything is headed towards that direction. So automation, what we talk about, what we do, we have to prove, we have to put things to the test. So more and more times there are robots that are doing the work, and we have to prove ourselves to people saying that we're not robots. In Brazil, since 2006, we started automating all the courtrooms. So we have over 200 courtrooms. So we have over 100 million people, and that generates over 80 million legal processes. So with numbers that big, automation is something that is a must. We started these systems in 2006 without having a clear code of ethics, whether what can be done and what can't be done within the justice system. So, but the judicial the trust of a country is just going to go to shambles. So something that happened was with the scandal of Lava Jato, a corruption case, and much of the technology has been about scandals, data filtration, some things about the limitations, about intimacy. So I thought about this, where the Brazilian state has faced many things. Now, in 2020, it has created a full code of ethics to preserve the fundamental rights of people who are still living within that domain of automation in the courtrooms. Now, after 2020, the judges have not wanted to go back to being with the parties, because to understand there is this issue where we are fighting with the possibility of judges to actually be present, because, well, they feel safer when they are looking at a screen. Now, we need for them to connect, and to look people in the eyes. So that's something that has much of an impact for us as human beings. The Federal Superior Court has three systems that are interesting. One is called RAFA. That's a system that compiles everything that is done when it comes to sentences that are in agreement with the code of the United Nations. I think that's good. Now there's another system called Victor, and that one is for the appeals court. that is not going to reach the next level if that doesn't filter all the preconditions. So I'm a little worried about this because machines also make mistakes. So many people don't have access to a second level. So the system might then say, no, you don't have any. So that system, Victor, it hasn't quite been victorious to make that wordplay. And there's a third system to accelerate the processing of these legal processes. This is for violent cases or things that have created much commotion in society or that have drawn media attention or who are right in the face of the judges. Now, this is also something that worries me because I'm a simple person that might need to solve tax issues, which may not be a major thing in the country. So then also when it comes to labor, we had another one called VTV, which was for the most vulnerable part of the population, which were then faced with other cases in companies. So to them, that's bad because, well, we then have no wiggle room with the unions. So the companies are then always the most vulnerable parts because of that automation of the justice system. And the judges then don't speak with the different parties. So they can therefore not call out a sentence, a judgment. So our current president of the Supreme Court decided to forbid in Brazil with the so-called Queixas, which is a program that predicts, as if it were tarot cards, what the process is going to end up being, which is super dangerous. But there are some parts in the world you can imagine where people already know ahead of time whether their suing case is going to go forward or not, or where they can foretell which judge will be dealing with something. So where would I go with the case I want to sue? So this is something that has been seen recently, but we had that. Now, of course, some of the lawyers will then also make sure to use that to make lobbying, and we faced that. But so it has some good things. We're faster now. We try to be more transparent. Now, our work, my work in the Commission of Human Rights of my state, is trying to guarantee the transparency of the algorithms or logarithms, for it to not be confidential for the parts. Now we actually have that, so it's now quite easy to know who you are, what you like, what you wish for, or even to manipulate whether you want to live or not. So as artificial intelligence then is also seeing its role being played in the war going on in Israel with Hamas in the Middle East, where you have drones being flown just with artificial intelligence, because we are so sure and we trust the technology so much where we stop looking all the other variables, whether there could be a terrorist attack or not. So this is something going on all over the world. We are not machines. We are humans who can fail, who can make mistakes. So our legal system cannot be systematized that way, because that will be a huge mistake. What's more, there's a lot of money involved in this, much investment, because this is quite expensive, and the processes are not with lower budgets. They're even more expensive in Brazil, so it's all the contrary. So there's a case that we're talking about, even in the International Court of Human Rights. The access to justice is becoming more difficult in Brazil because of all of these novelties. So I conclude saying that I'm not a pessimist, not at all. I'm here. I live in a free country. I'm very happy to be here in a republic that's also free, where we can openly talk about these things. And we see this with the universities, and we can talk it out with the students. Now, a very wise thing in Brazil that is now being used is facial recognition in penal cases, where people are being arrested now. So where people just recognize someone who may have a likeness, and that this then has consequences. Where just because you have a camera, because there are actually people who are lookalikes, and there are people who are incarcerated because of that, without actually being the culprit. Now the resources today, I need to be in a condition where I can present myself to an official. So it's enough if I have a camera for facial recognition to take place. This is taking place in Brazil, and now where we have about 20,000 people who are in conditional freedom here. So what is it that we're talking about? We have time for this. What do we have time for? Because we're forgetting about the fact that we're human beings. And our justice system then has to be transparent. It has to be ethical. We have to make sure that people can work with these systems of artificial intelligence, which isn't intelligent at all. So we have to look at automation and algorithms, because it might affect someone's parole, for example. So there's this case with someone in New York, and there's this case where someone used ChatGPT, and the chat actually created jurisprudence that didn't exist. It hallucinated. So that's a tragedy. 7 minutes to be awarded 7 minutes only for this topic is a tragedy. Well, I hope that my portuñol was good enough for you to understand. Yes, I do consider that this topic of judicial communication is something that we shouldn't lose the essence over of what we communicate. So I believe that this phase of what justice is no technology should take that away from us. And it's something that we need to preserve. Which benefits does the use of technologies provide to us? What are its limits? But also how we can adapt to this in the world, but also within the limits of what has to exist based on the developments that are being implemented. And yes, well, I heard also where it was being said, well, we as judge are also dealing with people, and this that is being transmitted, where you have feelings, where the truth, where we are the judges who can perceive actually when someone stands in front of us with honesty. So this also communicates to the outside world of what could have been in this court hearing, and that could also be transmitted, that we are, as people, are interested. So it's not just about the court rulings in certain cases, but also the essence, the mission of the judicial power and the access to justice in a decentralized way that is so diverse is what we need to learn to live with. And it's quite interesting, but it also gives us an idea of the challenges that lie ahead of us when it comes to the judicial power, of the things that have already been lived through by some, what people might be going through when it comes to our work, and what we can discover with us, since we are so involved in this technological world. So thank you, Andrea. And I would like to invite Manuel Corripio for him to give us his point of view with his vision of this reality of what he is interested in through the media and how he perceives that reality.
Thank you very much, Magistrate, and thank you for the opportunity to share some of my reflections. Every communication needs a media. There was an occasion in one of those famous documentary. In the space you talk, you speak, you cannot listen because there's no absence of a media. Every communication needs to something to transport. Without a media, there is no communication. The value of the message is being questioned if there's not a message that produces an impact, whatever it may be. I make this, I clarify this because I want to restrict my field from this. My field in the Dominican Republic is not apart from what's happened with the media all around the world. I will say a few ideas about it. The technology has grown wildly, some people may say. It has come positive effects, as it can be the it has come to the eye things that before were not public. We're now overwhelmed by the many data and information. We should ask ourselves now, what is the value of the traditional media now? And now we have two conclusions. Traditional media requires two things: reach and credibility, something that people accept as valid and useful for itself and for the society. And these two basic requirements, as many other things in lives, go through the path of money. And is that exactly why the traditional media are getting into a crisis now, which is affects them financially. That could have repercussions in how sustainable and reliable towards their functionality they may continue being. We require for the medias because how the how big the society is and diversity, to have an order, it requires a minimum of intermediation. In life happens very infinity of things with low impact and high impact. It's necessary for someone to intervene in this reality. So this is the value of the media. The media has a specific function in this intermediate, and is to organize and make understandable the reality for the people who are affected, and we need to understand what is going on. So this is where the traditional media make the biggest benefits. Why should we say that this topic of reach and confiability, the traditional media are important? Well, in the first place, the traditional media must be responsible. Last night, Daniel Cremada, in a very good intervention, talked to us about a sentence about the Supreme Court of the United States when he said that no platform cannot be sued on any cases. That doesn't happen with the traditional media. The traditional media, we have consequences, civil and criminal consequences. And that makes us be very careful in what we say and how we say it. In second place, there's some rigor that we must accomplish. Right now, any person with a cell phone considers itself um, but That doesn't make it information, but the media in this process of intermediation validates them. And the fact that there's no professionality, it means that this rigor will give us or not that level of credibility. If it's general media, as it is in the Dominican Republic, they do not respond to a public in specific, but a society. And they are behind many agendas, the social agenda, the democracy agenda, and the spectrums get wider, and that makes them more capable of going from one field to another and give the audience a more wide visibility. In that same order and way of communicate, they must be plural. In this media of one only topic, you can see how not receptive they can be. These agendas do not give a whole idea for the society when it goes only in one way. If one people from ambientalist of gender, if someone puts a different opinion, it knows, everybody knows what's going to happen. It's um, it's pointed. In massive media, that doesn't happen. How the level of respect of credibility that the media deserves, it's not something that appears and disappears with one name today and another name the other day. The media must be be careful with offenses. It needs to take care from another thing besides the offense is the language. It personally bothered me, the language and the orthography. It is surprising for me that you can have 3 or 4 mistakes on one word. That's very harmful. Now the use of the word, of the image to communicate, and there are some messages that we cannot understand because instead of using a word, they use icons or images, and that affects the communication. The media, different from those kind of platforms, I always thought that the media helps us, as it says that Alan Turing, that we can live good, being different. Right now, we're living an economical crisis in the media because the model of the income is based on publicity, and the publicity responds to an audience, and this audience are the ones that feed the publicity. In other time of business of our group, we have Instagram counts with 500,000 followers. In low cost, it can reach the whole population. Right now, reaching that amount of followers, it is expensive, and that's almost impossible. So I'll talk about how I see this perspective. A long time ago, my children were looking for people with a lot of followers. In between Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, the four Kardashian, and Taylor Swift, 2 athletes, 4 singers, and 2 people that I don't know what they do, they have 1 billion followers only on Instagram. I'm not counting Twitter on this one. So the media, we definitely need to find our space in finding a way that financially we can accomplish our purpose. Because right now the media, it seems like we are not aligned between the audience, the executive, and the property, and the owners. Now the audience is confused because it has many informations that makes them doubt of everything I hear. So massive media, it's being placed in doubt too. The executive, the lack of incomes makes them their progress economically doesn't come on the velocity or amount they are requiring. So these upper media operators are going to the multi-employment and they get exhausted and their integrity is being questioned. And the owners, if they're not clear that this is not a business but a social company, the company is being the company objectives being changed that are not natural through the purpose of the media. We're seeing in many parts of the world media interested in getting resources from another way, even if it's not economically good. So we can be an intermediate between the reality and the people affected by it, and having encountered reach and the credibility. Right now, we're on this inflection point when we're living a transition to a new order for the media, and they need to adapt to this reality. There's no way we can live the current way of working using technologies from the 80s. And right now we're cutting the expenses, focus in the relationship but not an administrative process, the intensity of technology, and most of all faith in the credibility. I personally have it. I believe in this process. I trust this process. On this Hegelian theory, I believe in that pendulum in life. Right now, they're overwhelmed on the information. So now we need information that people can trust. And I think there is where the function of the media is. And of the future, there's a phrase, newsborn, a phrase, it's dangerous to make predictions, mostly if it's about the future. It makes sense, this phrase. I will not listen to it, and I will make predictions about the future. I believe that the media, this, they will survive because they're necessary. And this pendulum process, these medias are going to lead us to the credibility that come back and the information to be truthful. Look at the needle
In a haystack. Needle in a haystack.
in a haystack. I see another type of journalist. In these days, we see journalists writing about economy, and I think that sometimes the economy will inform about economy, and the expert will have more value, will be more valuable. In the same way, the news, they are profound. Sometimes we see people that instead of wanting information, they want to sense they have the information. And they can say, yeah, I know about that. I don't get to understand this situation between Gaza and Israel. How someone can pretend to understand this in 40 characters. If not, if even not reading a book, we can understand the situation. There are people that with 40 characters, they believe they understand the subject. So when you can know that the information is not really useful, the trust in the media will come back. The media needs a model where the sustainability it doesn't depend of the publicity. This crisis is making the media doing many things. For example, presenting publicity as information, and that's a dangerous view. When the media gives information and publicity as information, you don't know what will be the outcome of that. Today, you have an information about politics, law, in publicity, and then nobody will know what is information and what is publicity. So the information has value, is valuable. That can be done if the people that generates can be fairly paid for it. So I see now the media has a very an entertainment objective right now. And I see a time where the publicity is not the first thing that goes with the media. The path is hard, and we've seen of that already. Right now, there has been a very big closure of media. Right now, there was a time where 200 or 300 newspapers were closed a year, but I think that the ones that are left, we have a commitment that we see the media as a social commitment, and the other one is the use of technology. Right now, I have doubts about its functionality. Most of it about the artificial intelligence. I think we're not quite there yet. We're on our way. One of our newspapers, we published an article about a political reform. It was our first article written by artificial intelligence. I was not here. I read it. I was surprised because it was written about intelligence, artificial intelligence. But when I read it, I thought, oh, it doesn't say anything here. This is all general. This is not useful for the reader because it was fed by a process that it was a recopilation of information and being presented by how it's organized by the technology. Our family, as any other family, has unfortunately a WhatsApp group. We put things like a grandson that was born, a dog. We open a debate. So when artificial intelligence went out, I made a question. What do we need the artificial intelligence for? I had zero answers. Nobody said anything. When I saw this silence, I did another question. Maybe we're essentially exhausted. Maybe we are hopeful and we want to step aside of that process and just decide to help have other thing deciding for us. I think we still have something missing on that matter.
I think one of its first applications in media is going to be to determine how it can be more effective with the audiences. I think that is something that it might get to. So I think it's a typical thing. So let's say like the symbiosis of man-machine is something that I see in the short term. On one occasion, and talking about the judicial system, and Oppenheimer has, in one of his older books, when he was still starting out, he had a topic about artificial intelligence, and I think it was in Israel they were being asked about a court ruling if or a judge should pass judgment on it, and everybody said it should be a judge. Okay, yeah, well, they took 7,000 court rulings, and out of those 7,000, they classified them in all ways that they can be classified, and how this information can be gotten to us. And what they came to is that the fairest ones were made between 9 and 11 a.m., the most aggressive ones between 11 and noon, and the calmer, more laid-back ones, most laid-back ones, let's call them the softest ones, to name them somehow, were the ones that were issued between 2 and 4 p.m. And it's quite a curious thing, and it was quite consistent, in fact. And upon researching a little bit more, it was determined that the sugar levels in the human body, once you get hungry, that causes more anxiety. And then after lunch, you feel with all the sugar in your body and you're calmer, and that would have an influence on how the ruling would turn out to be. So it was shown to the people. And what do you think now? No, most people still said, no, I would still prefer a judge. Because at the end of it all, there is something of human nature that is currently, that can not currently be imitated. Now, the media has an important role, and it's quite simple. It's converting a language into a vernacular language that everybody can understand, because anyone can read a sentence, a court ruling, and if you're not an expert, you might not know what it is that you just read. Now, as for media, and the experts are the ones who are actually the ones who need to constitute to see how this should have its role in society. And I think this should be the role in society. And with that, I finish my point. Thank you. Well, the Tribunal of Judges, are you going to condemn him for having surpassed his allotted time? Well, since he's the only gentleman on the team, he is hereby acquitted. Well, yes, but the topic is one that brings about passion. We will now invite our dear Alice Ortega about this very line of topics as for investigative journalism. So to see what it's like, what the reality is, and what does it look like? Well, it's terrible to be the last one in a panel to speak about something, right? Well, thank you for allowing me to be here. I know that we have a lot of challenges about AI, and I sometimes feel overwhelmed with all the information and how the media has to run after all these journalists who have a smartphone, and it has become they all become journalists, and we have to chase after them. But I came here to talk about a positive part of artificial intelligence, which has been key for the big researches on a worldwide level, which in itself has caused irreversible changes and benefits in the way that governments are led all the way to politicians and criminals. So as for the processes, so this is something I've been able to prove with the International Consortium of Journalists in 3 major filtrations, which changed the course of offshore companies, so like the Panama Papers, the Odebrecht case, and I'll start with the Panama Papers in 2016 because that leakage of information of more than 12.6 million documents of the Mossack Fonseca law firm, it was not known how that Panamanian law firm handled almost half of all the companies that had been constituted in Panama, helped foreigners to evade taxes and to hide the real beneficiaries of thousands of companies who would commit crimes all across the world, including leaders in Africa. And through this artificial intelligence, we were able to accomplish that at least 400 journalists in more than 100 media in 80 different countries worked in such a way, in a collaborative way, at the same time to be able to reveal this complex crime taking place. Well, as for myself, I joined in 2017 with as for artificial intelligence is concerned, and for me to be able to enter this database where those 11.6 million documents had been indexed, coming to the Dominican Republic, going into that database from the Dominican Republic had over 20,000 hits or files of the Dominican Republic. How would I be able to decipher that? Well, I started putting in the different names of the different politicians. And of course, everybody knows those who are present here, those who are Dominicans here, and those of you who aren't. Well, I wrote a name after writing all the presidents, legislators, officials. Let's say one, the Andino Peña, and there was a file that took 5 hours to download. Now, what does artificial intelligence not do? And I think this is one of the big challenges that we have in investigative journalism, is not wanting to think. We want it quickly. There is an information that is provided to us, well, and it gave us that file. And well, yes, there are 2 offshores. It's not illegal for him to have 2 offshore companies. Now, what it is that he does with those 2 offshores, and what did that say to us? Well, yes, we knew that he had 2 companies that were valued at 300 million of what, it didn't say pesos, it said dollars. And we knew he was the final beneficiary, even though a 77-year-old man was the one heading this big emporium. Now, what had he declared as his assets and what hadn't he? Now, that's where the actual work started. And that's the one that the journalists nowadays don't want to do, which is the field work, where they have to think, where they have to analyze, where they have to analyze critically. Those of us who are present here and who know everything that happened, someone was laid off from work from their official position, and that's where the public, well, they were not even invited or to have a glass of champagne, and where they were told, well, you can come over and we can have a drink and we can talk about the things that you have or have not declared, because there were multi-million-dollar companies that were declared. But so the question then that still stayed in place is where all that money came from. Now, just the same, another case that was even more impactful was the one of Odebrecht, where in Latin America, Odebrecht had already declared that it had paid, the total amount was about $3 billion in hush money and in bribery, that is, not hush money, and well, to index all of that 13,000 documents of Odebrecht and to be able to discover what the authorities had not been able to discover, which had stayed out of the files, such as was the case of Punta Catalina, was with for an amount of $39.6 million, which was never even among the files. And through artificial intelligence, we were able to discover 33 codinomes and all the companies that received those funds. Now, nonetheless, once again, on behalf of the public ministry, they once again played deaf and did not process the information that we provided. Now, there are cases such as Costa Rica at its given moment, where the prosecutors, whom I met, said, well, we use the information and the research done by journalism, and we use that to build a case. And that's why I said at the beginning that this artificial intelligence had helped to structure the judicial processes. So this has happened in other countries such as Peru, for example, after the revelations that had been made, where the prosecutors went to Peru and they interrogated the managers in Peru at a given moment, and they were able to use that information that had been revealed to build their case, because during those interviews they had to say who the names were behind, and that's how they could build up the different cases. And I present these two examples, which are quite big, because this has been beneficial for investigative journalism. I know that there are lawyers here also, and of course also judges who are going to say, yes, but this AI also puts the privacy of the citizen at risk. Now, when it comes to investigative journalism, internationally speaking, we also take care of that, because in those documents there were also passports, there were documents, private documents, that would reveal passport numbers or personal ID numbers, which could, of course, become a problem. And I believe the duty of journalism and the journalist, him or herself, to make use of that information to then be able to unveil a much bigger scandal to the benefit of the population. This is something where you have to balance it out and then decide, okay, do we use that information to corroborate and to get to the end of the investigation and unveil just all of this that's going on with the companies? Manuel was speaking about this excessive, this saturation, and not wanting to have to take that decision, to make that decision. And I join him in his opinion, because in the daily work as a journalist that I also do, setting aside the investigative journalism, what we see in this profession, and it's a thing to be sorry about, to lament, it's something that is just considered to be easy. Because, well, let's say there's a manifestation of something where someone's protesting, and it's just published, but no further research is done. And like I said before, anyone could just send a video without at least quickly finding out what this was even about, because there's a competition about who will publish things first. And that's where we fall into the trap of this type of superficial journalism, instead of actually doing the proper research and seeing what's behind that small manifestation or the unrest, or of these people who are demanding payment of their benefits or something. Well, for how many years has this been going on? Why haven't they been paid? So we then, among those of us journalists who actually still do that work, we still stay behind in this because of how superficial this all becomes then, because of the lack of research, because we have to wear both hats then. Do I research or do I publish immediately? So it becomes more difficult for me to hire investigative journalists who want to be a part of that team, because they don't want to make the sacrifice. They don't want to think a lot. They want this ease of things. They want to be quick out with the information that is published. and not do all this research and find out, and they refuse to realize that not all the information will be available within a day. You have to actually track things. You have to also use other sources, and not everything will get to you. It would have been very easy, and this is something that was done at a given moment with the WikiLeaks, of which I was also a part of the investigative unit, to just download all of that and say, well, yes, here's this, and it says, yes, but what's behind that? And what does this tell us, and where does it lead us to? And in the same way, we could say with the judicial power, and I think was also very important of what you were saying, that the way things are communicated, even the court rulings, because many times the journalists, we read some of those court rulings, and sometimes I say, well, we have to be a rocket scientist to understand these court rulings. And that's when I believe it's also necessary to be a little more plain in the explanation, because these are elements and phrases and explanations that are so elevated, so profound, where it becomes more difficult for media to actually be able to condense all that information and provide it in an easy and easily understandable way, so that the general population can actually understand it and make proper use of that information. That's what I try to do with my investigative journalism, which many times is dense in content, which has too much information, but it has to be presented in such a way so that the population can understand it and can feel identified with that information, and it can then have the power to be scandalized about it, but also have the power to understand how all of this information is useful to me. I was trying to be a little bit shorter as for the time allotted, so that we could also have a question, a Q&A, if that were to become the case. Thank you very much. Okay, so using the technology, I'm being told here that there are no questions on behalf of the audience. I don't know if someone has a change of heart. Oh, yes, there's a raised head. Someone has raised their hand. Good afternoon. Since Mr. Corripio spoke, I was listening to him, and I felt that he was listening to me, actually. He was speaking from my heart. Now, I believe that, and I'm a firm believer, and I follow this lineage where it's definitely necessary as a medium to process information, as a way of providing information that we, the citizens, where people want to know whether Jalin ate a mango, so something trivial, where instead of that, we just go to a more formal way of media. And what we're seeing is that journalism or the media is letting itself be covered by the need of the immediacy. Oh no, I need to publish this immediately, no matter how trivial the information is. And that is something that is causing for the medium that allows for it to subsist this properly thought through and properly composed information is falling victim and falling down to the levels of the more informal media that is created in social networks. So on there are several cases where I've seen tweets with a huge amount of errors, and I won't mention the name of the newspaper here, but even writing things in capital letters at the beginning of a paragraph. And it's simply because we are allowing to compete with those that everyone follows, but I can't allow myself to lose. So there has to be a divisive line between not losing the opportunity and not letting myself be covered by the immediacy of things. So this is why maybe it's one of the main challenges of media nowadays, in order to be able to continue existing and verifying that fine line so that they can make sure that the grammar and that the writing is done properly. Of the formal newspapers, of the traditional ones, especially in social media, it's looking a lot more like that, unfortunately. So nowadays, it looks way too much like something that I would read from an influencer or those pages that create their own newspapers. And well, if you're going to publish this one of the same thing, then I'm losing you, or you're losing me. So this is definitely something where we need to question ourselves. Thank you. Thank you for your comment about this. Yeah, may I make a brief comment? Well, you know that you're this close to, well, in defense of the minorities here is what I'm going to make a comment on. So please don't condemn me for it. Briefly. So yes, true. Media owes themselves to an audience, but they need it as a means of generating income, and they do not fully escape that. Nonetheless, I believe that I see the traditional media that they are actually transitioning. So they have to leave the immediacy behind for other digital media and leave the more profound things for the formal media. Alicia actually spoke about research and investigation. So this work that Alicia did with the International Network of Journalists, I would like to see what challenge, what platform would be able to develop that. I'll put another example. One of our media, let's say the newspaper Listín Diario, some time ago, Listín Diario it doesn't dedicate itself to replicate the news that it picks up on. They go to the society, they do some more profound research and publish their own news. So they do their campaigns in that sense. And for the future, I see a transition. So all that immediate part with all the risks that this immediacy brings with it will have its own platform. And our traditional media are going to be the ones in charge of actually explaining, of codifying, of what it means for the common citizen through the more profound analysis. Thank you. Is anyone else who? Yes, on this side. Yes, go ahead. So this panel, great. And based on two things of what Mr. Corripe was talking about when it comes to making it more profound in research, and also about what Alicia was speaking about, going deeper into topics. For media, nowadays, we have fewer people who do the proofreading and more journalists who are doing the work. So the editors is also a department, so to speak, that has become smaller. Now, also when it comes to education, only WAST has actually certain study courses that follow, let's say, editorial work. So what about all these difficulties that they have to face, but also the roles that it has to fulfill in front of a society that requires and demands certified, truthful information, and that has an impact within the society within which we live. Thank you. Yes, well, since we are quite short on time, we're now reaching our deadline. So I'm currently doing TV work, but as for daily papers, I would like that if, say, some farmers say that, well, there are people who want to take away their land and there's someone big behind them with those intentions, I would like to look for the other part on this, the other opinion, but I have other parts of my work. So you have a broadcast that is done at noon, which has to be published. So we have an agenda that is quite full, and precisely because of what Mr. Corripio says. There is no money, the funds, the assets that were available are in traditional media are no longer available. There are no specialized journalists in most cases. So something else, it's not something that is my own experience, but let's say Listín Diario, the newspaper, Hoy, and others, well, journalists now have to record videos, they have to take pictures, they have to write for digital media, then they have to go deeper into their initial research. So it's pretty much too much work that we're doing all at the same time when it comes to daily papers. So it might sound like an excuse, but it isn't. It's a quite difficult task to fulfill on a daily basis for one person to do the work for two, who does the work of 2 or 3 people. So I do like certain topics where I would like to go deeper, but I'm tied to the fact that I have so many other responsibilities that I have to fulfill. Thank you. Well, yes, it's a quite controversial topic. May I? Well, yes, because for the both of them, I know what you're going through because I also work in daily papers, and I can also see this and people who have several other things to do at the same time. But I always tell them, are you interested in the topic? Do you want to do more profound research? Ask me for permission so that tomorrow I can get you off the street where you're doing the daily work and you can spend 3, 4, 5 hours doing the research. But ask me for that time. Have the initiative to ask me for that because I will make the time. Well, you can just tell me, I want to do the research on this. Let's not just stay with that. But unfortunately, that doesn't take place. So you stay in the work of daily papers, then it's time to clock out and you just say, well, okay, I'm leaving. So it's very difficult to do that part that you want to do between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. because, well, I have to go to my other job because I have to go because I have already done my work for the day. So actually doing more profound research takes time. So here we have Margarita Cordero, who is an expert on the topic. And it's difficult. It's the challenge. But this of the Andino Peña, I'll tell you how I did it. Nobody in my office actually knew I was doing this work, nor with the case of Odebrecht. I worked at my house with Odebrecht. I worked for 7 months in silence at home because I was afraid. I was even afraid that I would be killed. So I had people sign a clause, and I had to bring the machine home. And with the Andino, I worked for 8 months at home after my regular schedule, without my team, and over weekends. I worked for hours after my regular work time. But this is the fact of wanting to do it. So I know that you are supremely stuffed with work, and I know that even more is being demanded of you. But ask your boss, ask your supervisor about this, and say, well, give me the day and I want to do that research, but when you do that, when you get the permission, do the work and bring a result. I always put Beltré as an example because we sent her to cover a story, and she went to Bani for a story, and it turns out that story didn't work out. She didn't find what we thought there was, but she came back with 3 different stories. So she doesn't come back empty-handed. So she cultivates her sources. Well, the person that you interviewed, yes, I have 3 phone numbers. And so she makes sure to get information from those sources, and they provide her with feedback and give her the information. So I ask you to ask for time. Give me the time so I can give you bigger news, but I can't do that in an hour. So just to leave this topic open, which is not yet covered because there are still other questions to be covered, as Manuel was saying. There's an uncertain future that lies ahead of us as for how all of this technological development is taking place, how this AI moves on. So I wanted to leave this with a question that is a question I ask myself, and I wanted to share this with you. At the end of this second decade of 2021, technological advances is mixing itself with science fiction. Until a short time ago, this has become quite a challenge for the judicial systems. Now, who are the responsible ones for the consequences of intelligent machines? How can we make sure that the determination of humans in intelligent algorithms, how is it possible to program artificial intelligence to make sure that it includes an ethical judicial system? Is it possible to talk about access to artificial intelligence and making sure that artificial intelligence doesn't drive a bigger wedge between people? And this demands a more transcendental answer to face the challenges of a new revolution that we are facing. So thank you very much. I'll leave it open with this question. Thank you for sharing this panel with us. Thank you, magistrates. We do have to create not just another panel, but a new conference to actually cover all of this. So we thank Magistrate Maile Merencio Martin for moderating this panel. Also, Andrea Mendez, Alicia Ortega, Nuria Villanova, and Mr. Manuel Corripio, who with so much precision, but at the same time, profoundness, has touched base on this, which leads us to reflect. So with the closing remarks, and we give us a special round of applause and invite them back to their seats. Now, as for this international conference, which is the session, the opening session of the World Congress of Law in 2025, is being transmitted in real time through YouTube of the Judicial Power, in Spanish and in English through the channel of the Escuela Nacional de la Judicatura, through its channel called ENJ or ENJ Portal. That's the judiciary, the National School of the Judiciary, on such an important topic as to how judicial communication could be amplified for people who have a special interest in what this represents, because since last night at the inauguration, it has been shown just how relevant these topics are, and that have so much to do not just for the experts when it comes to law, but all citizens. Because as we were saying last night, ever since the moment we're born, we acquire rights, but also duties. And this that has been presented again at this panel about the need of making the court rulings understandable, for the information not to be as technical so it can be digested and then understood by the society, is also an important topic here for this. So in this activity that has grown with the participation of the international experts and the local ones, who have allowed us to hear from them their own experiences, their vision, and their analysis and their critical analysis about topics that are certainly a big challenge for all of society, but in particular for the things that they have pointed out in the legal realm, for how to regulate all of these legal aspects. As for technology is concerned, that has opened a never-closing door, but at the same time, it requires guaranteeing the right to free expression, which is an inherent right, even though it is, of course, specified, especially in free countries where we have democracy and where we wish for that democracy to be consolidated. It's curious to me, because as we were mediating this conference, there are media who have paid attention to this, and they have emphasized once again how the law has everything to do with solving specific situations, decisions that are sometimes made from the government positions that are rooted in the Constitution, as a group of of legal associations that manifest themselves against these facts. And it's just a matter of painting up an interesting picture that needs to take us to the point where we can find ourselves reflected as to what we have and to defend that at all costs, because it has cost us so much to obtain this throughout the history of our respective countries. Now, organizing this conference, which, as we have said, has had the goal of preparing the soil of the International Congress of Law in 2025, which will have Santo Domingo as a host city, has created a lot of enthusiasm, and it has taken a lot of work. So, and if there's one person who put all of their heart to make all of this possible, alongside with the team that came along with them, it was the magistrate Francisco Ortega, who will have the closing remarks of the conference, and his words will be the entering comments for the World Jurist Association that wants to take the opportunity of handing out the medal of the association to some journalists and people related to this because of their accomplishments. In the meantime, let's give a warm welcome to Magistrate Ortega for his closing remarks.
Good afternoon to everyone in the room. In the middle of the 20th century, Amber Marshall Mandujo said, "We live in a planetary neighborhood, responding to the media, communication, and technology, going through the era of artificial intelligence and the imminent interrelation to the universe barely explored and imaginable. In the midwhile, in the next room, the society sweats our neurons to leave the communication to as a medicine for democracy, a project in permanent construction as the life itself, in the most real focus, confirming the myth of Sisyphus. When he continues talking about the times and the turbulence so we can confront our experiences, this is precisely what we want to accomplish in this conference in Santo Domingo. The opening session for the World Jurist Conference to take place in 2025 in this city. Time for thoughts and words of clarified thoughts that we aspire that the participants have been able to be happy. As Benjamin Greece said, it had to be a poet. You always come back to the places where you have been happy. And we people emerge as judicial power, we want you to come back, not only in 2025, but on any frequency and on any situation. A key that makes us have a complicity in that invitation with a nation with an extraordinary potential and great history, a solidar country. This country that will be in 2025 the capital of the law. It was simply the one that started America. The Americans started America. The Americas political societies were born here. The first European After the first incursion from Spain from here, the United States and the European culture. Juan Ponce de Leon on Florida. After the San German port in Puerto Rico, who lived in the villa of Santo Domingo in Junaport, 12th of July, on that same year of the land of Hostos and Betances, where Gaudí called the Pearl of the Seas, and our cousins from the big Caribbean island, who emerged the discoverer of the United States in the search for the eternal youth, which we hope reemerges soon with the intelligence, artificial intelligence and technology. The peregrines of Mayflower will reach to the zone of Massachusetts more than a century after Juan Ponce de Leon reached to Florida. The human rights formula with the sermon de Fraile Antonio de Montesinos, I am the voice that claims in the desert. After the 5th of October, from Burgos through King Fernando, the real audience from Santo Domingo, with no doubt the first tribunal in modern terms in America, and after the October 28th, Putulatus, the first American college was here by the Dominicans with the name of Santo Tomás de Aquino, today Universidad Autónoma de Santo Domingo. This is a country that will also receive you in 2025, a country of beach, baseball, and noble and solidary people. This country is poetry by Pedro Mir, national poetry. One of the two Pedros, Richaldon, Pedro Enriquez Ureña, and Juan Bosch, are ahead of our literature. The success of this activity has been the presence of you. Thank you very much for coming here in the purpose to offer the communication to the democracy. The productive communication, the one that has more Juan Alvarez said that sarcastic denied the information, which is the same. Raina Maria Real told us that the man has got the words to hide their thoughts, and this is actually the risk of the society of information overwhelmed of data, of poses and special effects and frivolities. This event of this nature could not have a bigger closure than the receiving of the Medal of Honor of the World Jurist Association. Trajectory is a reflection of a big trajectory in which is more urgent this time, the need of peace. Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation. We will see you again in 2025.
Muchas gracias al honorable magistrado Francisco Ortega, integrante de
Before we pass to the ceremony of Medal of Honors, we will require of a very brief pause, as brief that you can stay seated if you want. But as the Magistrate Ortega said, the World Judicial Association, it is a very special moment. So we really care. We really hope you to be witness and stay with us. So please give us those few minutes and wait till the closure of this international conference.
Thank you for waiting. We take on the ceremony, which will now be led, which is the delivery, the handing out of the medals of the World Jury Association by Mr. Diego Solana. Good afternoon to everyone. It's an honor to be here in Santo Domingo in this session, and we'll now start part of this opening session of this Congress, which is the recognition, the acknowledgements, because when we read the autobiography of some of the members of, such as the president of the American Bar Association, Judge Ryan, along with, he spoke about the pedagogy and the civilization as a whole of this pedagogy has to do with celebrating and acknowledging people who have contributed to creating a state of law and the right of expression, of free expression, free speech. So I want to call to the stage Javier Cremades, Magistrate Francisco Ortega, a judge of the Supreme Court of Justice, and Dr. Gervasa Valenzuela, who is the director of the National School of the Judiciary. Well, we will start this moment of acknowledgments. I have the honor of presenting to you Margarita Cordero. Margarita Cordero has quite the track record. She has been the director of the magazine Rumbo. She's a member of the National Union of Professional Journalists through the Diario Libre newspaper. She also covers fatal victims of gender violence. So please receive the Medal of Honor of the Association for Free Speech. Congratulations, Margarita. Now it is my honor of presenting to you Manuel Campo Vidal. He's a Spanish presenter of media. He's a sociologist and technical engineer. For years, he was the president of Arts, and because of how impartial he proceeds, and more than 30 years of how he has presented things in our home country of Spain, please receive the Medal of Honor of the World Jurist Association. Manuel Campo Vidal. Ambassador of Spain in the Dominican Republic, if you can please join us on the stage. Thank you. Congratulations, Manuel. Now it's an honor to present to you Don Jose Maria Alonso, a jurist. He was a directing member of Mackenzie, Spain. Until 2022, he was the dean of the School of Lawyers in the University of Madrid, and he has been a member and collaborator of the Bureau of Commerce 2021 and 2023. So please, Jose Maria Alonso, please come to the stage so you can receive your award from the World Jurist Association. Congratulations, Dean, and congratulations, Jose Maria. I now wish to present to you allow me just a moment because we have a technical issue here. If you pardon me for this. I am now going to present Antonio Cuesta. He is an engineer and a Spanish businessman with an impressive trajectory. He is a digital, his online reputation and the data confidentiality have been attacked. He has been a member of the Bureau, and he's been recently named a member of the Congress. So if you will please join the stage to receive this award from the World Jurists Association. Congratulations, Santiago. If you can please stay with us here. If you want to, if you can dedicate a few words to us. Well, yes, thank you, especially Javier Diego, Manuel, Juan Luis, Antonio, for having received me. I'm the last one to arrive here. I'm not a jurist. As has been commented, I'm an expert in digital marketing, but I can help a lot with when it comes to Google and fake news that shouldn't be there. And this is why I've joined this cause, which I believe so much in. So even though I'm not a jurist, I think that there's a lot that can be done. And so here I am. So thank you, Javier, more than anything for the support that has provided to me and everyone else. And well, I ask people to join this because this is just magnificent. It's great. Jose Maria, Dean, if you will please join the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador of Spain, Javier Cremades, Diego Solana, and all those who assist today to this event where I have been given the opportunity to receive the award of the World Jurists Association for the state of law. I want to thank the World Jurists Association, and I want to acknowledge the work of Mr. Cremades, whom I've known for maybe too many years already, but who has made of this institution one of relevance that is absolutely of worldwide relevance. And for those of us who are of Ibero-American origin, it's a true reason of pride. Now, the state of law represents judicial security. It represents the defense of human rights, of liberty, of the division of powers, and definitely of democracy. And also, and I say this as a person who has been responsible of a state of law and the judicial security, also have an important effect when it comes to economy. The safer a country is, the more investments it will be able to attract. So it's not just about some important laws that we're talking about, but also economy. I've been a lawyer and attorney for over 45 years, and I have to say with sadness that this is probably the moment in my life where I see the state of law, which is at the weakest point on a worldwide level, and I'm referring not just to the war going on in Ukraine and the Middle East, but also what's going on in many countries in Africa and the Latin American continent, where we are seeing violations of the state of law in countries that are considered to be first world countries. And it's enormously surprising to me, having seen on TV how the former President Trump faced the judge, and this was a pain to watch, really. And a society where the more a politician is condemned, the more he's recognized by the public. That's a problem. And I also have to point out things going on in my country. We're going through very tough moments where, because of strictly political interests, things are being called into questions about the work that has been done over years and years, and our very constitution. I have never seen this, and of course I'm convinced that the work of the attorneys and anyone else in the world are with the duty of raising their voice, because we are the first defenders of the state of law, and we are the ones closest to the citizens because we know what their problems are. And I'm therefore convinced that the work of attorneys and of Spain, we will keep raising our voice towards anything that goes against the state of law. Thank you very much. Manuel Capovidal, if you please join the stage. Thank you very much to the association, to the World Jurist Association, and also the judicial power of the Dominican Republic, which has allowed for us to have this event and to actually really share with the jurists an event that is really passionate and that converts the Dominican Republic into the capital of law and a state of law. And this projection towards 2025, which can change the paradigm of thinking of the Dominican Republic of just a tourism destination, which with lovable people like you, into a place which is the reference of a state of law. I'm a journalist, and many of you are in the world of law. So it's for one to see of prosecutors and judges have seen become the world into where becoming a lawyer or someone who works with law has become one of the most difficult and dangerous professions. Now, on top of having a reference for my students in education and in the Dominican Republic, where I also have a direct links to education in the Caribbean, I'd like to think and offer this reference to this medal of freedom of expression to the journalists who recently, in this week and even today at this very moment, are in Israel, who are in Palestine, who are in Ukraine, risking their lives and sometimes even losing it but also those who are in the editorial office afraid of leaving the office because they just wrote an article or because they just researched some information that many times might cost them being kidnapped or being killed. And especially in these times and the statistics, we have to make a special reference to our colleagues in Mexico, where there are several dozens of journalists who have been murdered in this year alone. Of course, this also happens in other countries, and there's fear in other countries. Yes, of course, we have to combat the corruption wherever it is found and to defend the state of law wherever it is not found. So our solidarity, our admiration, and our tribute goes out to these people in all of those countries who are going through such difficult times, who are still working journalism and who are still working in prosecutors' offices. To all of them, my sincerest acknowledgement and recognition for their work. Please, Margarita Cordero, if you can please join the stage.
First of all, my greatest thank you to everyone who made possible for me to receive this medal by the International Jurist. Many things have been said during these 2 days, since last night and today, regardless the importance of the journalism, not only to understand the laws, but to defend them. With no doubt, the journalism, it is necessary in its most important role, a guardian of the laws. Because defending the laws, defending the rule of law is defending the democracy. And a very special task for who we create public opinion from who manage information that can determine it. The assumption of the society in many positions, we are in the obligation not only of being truthful, as it's been said, but also committed and fundamentally committed, I think. Because a democracy is the only political regimen that allows us to freely rule our profession and to claim to say what we need to know, claim to know what we need to know. And being able to speak freely and with no fear what the society must know outside the interest of the company and political interest. Because that is what should characterize the Dominican journalism. Thank you very much for the sponsor that have made the Justice Department. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Margarita. I will now present you Bienvenido Álvarez Vega, a journalist has been journalist, investigator, a founder of the El Siglo and the Hoy. He has received many recognition. I have 2 minutes to thank for this award. I'm very flattered when people recognize the work you do. And I was briefly remembering the days when I was a reporter, a judicial reporter. It was in a very special conditions. It was the 70s, a hard years in the Dominican Republic and almost in all America, Latin America. I remember we were getting to a court for an habeas corpus in behalf of a political. The habeas corpus was winning, but a, when an investigating judge was waiting for him to tell him that he couldn't be free because he had more causes to. One of those cases got to the Supreme Court where there was a trial to see if the law was. It was transferred to an appeal court, and there he found the same prosecutor that had judged him first in the trial judge. That was the justice on those days. And when I look back now, from the 78, from now, things have changed. Looking for a justice system that responds, that truly responds to the word justice. I recognize the effort that you all do since the law, so that the justice to be justice and be a good fundament for justice, for democracy. Excuse me. Now we will closure with the president of the World Jurists Association.
Dear magistrates of the Supreme Court, Francisco Ortega, Vanessa Costa, Napoleón Esteves, Justiniano Montero, dear Samuel Arias, Secretary General of the Supreme Court of Justice of the Dominican Republic, dear Ambassador of Spain, Mr. Fernandez, and to the Dean, Jose Maria Alonso, Mr. Mendez of the United States, Dean of the Sorbonne of the Law School in Paris, dear colleagues, friends, we are wrapping up this episode of this long walk we have until May of 2025, which is the initial conversation that we will be holding. That's going to be followed by others that will be held throughout the world. On March 5th in Madrid, we'll have these very own medals in Brussels also, to the judicial service, and with several presidents of countries present. And we want to point out why we're doing this. The words of Jose Maria Alonso and the conversation that we've had since yesterday. We've had this conversation with the mayor of the city and representatives of the judicial power. We've had a meeting with different attorneys in the country and different directors of media in the country, of printed media. And now, this is an island, not just geographically, but it's also an island in the hurricane of the state of law that it is facing. So there's this distortion of that it's being submitted to in the Western countries. So when this association came to life in 1983, the threat was also enormous, but maybe less complex. On at the other side of the curtain, the supposed possibility of nuclear war was at its peak, and the possibility of a worldwide campaign was contemplated as a phenomenon of expansion of this master formula that so few generations have known, where the power, especially the public power, is limited by a constitution, by the laws, and by a constitution and laws that need to be centered on people. So now we see the connection of the political community, the citizens, and we see that this is unsettling. There haven't been warmongering people who have profaned the democracy in the United States or in Brazil. In Israel, it wasn't citizens of occupied territories or political adversaries who manifested themselves against the legislative proposals of the government. Or in the decisions of the constitutional government in Spain. And there are other cases that we could mention, such as, for example, in Mexico, there's an enormous tension between the judicial and the executive power. So when this wall of people, the institutions, face one another, then there's only the state of law that is left. So the battle is already set out. And we need to recover the terrain. We need to strengthen the democracies. We need to remember that the only guarantee of living in freedom and protecting the dignity of each and every one of us is to live in a government led by laws, not by men. And the only way we can guarantee that the future will be a humane one is by expanding that master formula, which is still an experiment, as the judge of the Supreme Tribunal, Stephen Breyer, was mentioning just a few months ago in April of this year, when he was receiving this very medal that we have been handing out, where he repeated once and again that the US Constitution and the American democracy were very young, barely 250 years, and that it was an experiment where there were still many questions unanswered, whether it was sustainable, much more so in other ecosystems that are under tension right now. And it was said to the Dominican Republic, and it's being said to me, but you have accomplished a collective accomplishment here, such as a member who received an award, and despite being one who controls the power, has recognized that this power is working in a different way. So the state of law is not a theoretical institution. So things are being fulfilled here. So the Dominican Republic is offering an example to the world where it has accomplished neutralizing the polarization, and it has been able to show social development based on respect to the law, and it has been able to show that we can live in a country where people are working and functioning satisfactorily, and where people can still face everyday life. One such case was with the union movement of the country. So we were able to see how, despite the legislative debates that take place today, who sometimes, despite the lack of norms, there is still consensus. So the Dean Alonso mentioned that he was worried because this would put the consensus of the constitutional government of Spain in danger. And sometimes life, many times, is a matter of agreeing on things where we have to respect other people's rights. So for our own rights to be recognized, allow me to tell you that these medals have more value than one might imagine sometimes. Because this ceremony may seem very simple, but it's simply a reminder for everyone as to why the reason of existence for this is. So not just as jurists, but as a committed person. So to make sure that everyone's rights are respected and why we do the things we do. In Paris, just recently, the yearly meeting of the IBA which may be the most numerous meeting of jurists, or 5,000 people in it, and it has a goal, not just a legitimate but noble, to make sure that there is an exchange of information and where professionals can exchange information. Now here we're talking about something different. We're talking about unifying a conversation of the best efforts and putting the best foot forward of the academy and the professional work to help society, so that the liberty of each person is not in the hands of someone governing, but the laws that uphold this. So the event taking place in 2025 will be a series of events that will elevate the value of the Dominican Republic, just as the Dean mentioned, that this country is famous, and I've always seen it that way. Dominican Republic that is different and even more interesting, but the world sees it just basically as a tourist destination. But it's also offering today a model of stability, and we were being told that this is being an example, even in Panama, because there, in comparison to the United States, it's being called into question. And this is something that's not taking place in the Dominican Republic, because there's trust in the country, because your country has shown that it is interested in following the rules of the game, so the checks and balances that are so important. So therefore, all of these distortions, all those distensions of the countries that still preserve their constitutions, some of them don't have them anymore, even though formally speaking, they're still in place, such as is the case in Venezuela, Nicaragua. It has already happened in Cuba. Those countries where we're suffering and where we're defending as the last bastion, in the Dominican Republic, you can find a reference, if you'd like to call it a small Caribbean one, but an effective and interesting one. So from here to 2025, we're going to explain to the world that we haven't just picked the Dominican Republic because it's an interesting destination, but we've decided to work in the capital of Santo Domingo, not in a resort where there are also many opportunities to have great congresses, but also because this city, this capital city, also represents not just 12 million souls, but it's because it was here where the first judicial court in the Americas was held. So I don't know if this is the Advent discourse. This morning, we visited the monument. The first declaration of human rights was expressed here in this country. So we're going to be explaining to the world that there are models that work, where journalists, where judges, lawyers, citizens accept living under one same rules of the game. So let me shortly point out about the people who have been awarded here, not just the journalists. We've said that if there is a question or a confusion in the population that many times is disoriented, where globalization and other things are having an impact in public opinion, these journalists who today, allow me to say that, who are being interfered more than ever before, need to continue being a beacon of light. So therefore, thank you to the three of you, especially to Campo Vidal, who is the one who I know the most, who has, as I've said, is a person who has generated trust in millions of people and who has been an intermediary in between what people see close by and those who observe it from a distance. Mr. Alonso also, aside from being a very special, relevant attorney in my country, because he's the only one who has presided and directed the two biggest law firms and the biggest one in Europe and the world. Mackenzie has been an excellent dean, and he was very conscious about what I've been denouncing here, which are a lot of things, all in the effort of defending constitutionality of things. And therefore, he's really been a dean who has been able to connect with the best of an institution that advances towards 500 years of existence. So therefore, thank you to these models of reference. Diego Solano was explaining this very well. We've proposed to ourselves so that this can inspire other generations, so that you can continue being ambassadors and flag bearers to living in a world that is governed by laws. So thank you very much. And at the latest, we will see one another in May of 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cremades, for its words. We were asking him to please stay. Please, the, those who were recognized, we need a photo of all of you for the special relevance you have in the receiving of this medal, which is not only a recognition for you, but a reminder for everyone else of what represents this defense of the democracy and the rule of law. And now they all come together and get a big applause of this auditorium. We have again the ones who have received a medal: Margarita Cordero, welcome Alvarez Vera, both from the Dominican Republic, Don Manuel Campo Vidal, Jose Maria Alonso, Antioco Cuesta from Spain, with Javier Cremades, and the magistrate Francisco Ortega, and Gervasia Valenzuela, who is also the secretary of the judicial power, Alejandro Avellan from the Embassy of Spain, also come. Let's give them a warm applause. Thank you for your labor. Diego Solano is also here with the World Jurist Association, who conducted this special and relevant moment. It has been the closure of this World Conference opening session of this Congress of the Law that will be taking place on this Santo Domingo, the first of the Americas. We really hope that the content of this conference came to be a platform for compromise decision to keep working for our democracy and the state of law. And we thank one more time, in behalf of the World Jurist Association, the Supreme Court, the National Judicial College, the Embassy of France in the Dominican Republic, and the World Law Foundation. This being said, we close keeping our eyes on the year 2025 for this World Law Conference.